Good evening and welcome to a night of baseball with the Evansville Otters. It's game two of a four-game series on the road at the Schaumburg Boomers. The Otters in search of their fourth straight win and trying to move to 20 games over 500. With Preston Linebach, I'm Jevin Redmond. Welcome to the Otters YouTube channel as we get set for the Otters and the Boomers. As Evansville, they took game one last night by a final score of 9-1, improving to 53 and 34. They've won three straight games, 7 of the last 10. They're still a game and a half up on Florence for first place and also a playoff spot in the West Division. For Schaumburg, they dropped to 45 and 42. They still have a comfortable six-game lead for first place in their division. They have won 6 of 10, but they have dropped 2 in a row. Tonight's pitching matchup for Evansville, they send right-hander Polo Portela to the mound. In 17 starts this year, he's 9-2 with a 3.22 ERA, working 103 innings, 87 strikeouts, and walking 33. His opponent on the other side is left-hander Andrew Dean. Dean in 17 starts is 4-9 with a 4.76 ERA, working 90 and two-thirds innings, 59 strikeouts to 34 walks. Again with Preston Linebach, I'm Jevin Redmond. A good start to the series last night for Evansville. It's a good thing the Otters are playing well because so is Florence to maintain that game and a half lead. It was a 9-1 victory last night for the Otters.
Yeah, it was a big victory for the Otters right off the bat. You could tell Braden Scott on the mound was in a groove. He gave up the one run in that first inning. You could tell that wasn't going to be the defining moment of the game for him as he continued to mow down the batters for Schaumburg, ending up with 12 strikeouts in 8 innings, matching a season best for him in each of those statistical categories. And then some offense production. Once again, Jeffrey Baez launching one or a long bomb. Long bomb last night. And then Justin Felix coming through with not only a big home run for the Otters, but also another triple as well. And so for him, that was one of very few multi-hit games this season, as well as multi-RBI games. So they're able to get that kind of production, and that earned him to start here tonight as well.
Glad you could join us this evening. We'll come back and set the lineups in its first pitch. Otters at Boomers, game two of a four-game series from Schaumburg on the Otters YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
Starting lineups for tonight's game two of the series for Evansville. They're 53 and 34, winners of three straight, 7 of 10. Leading off and playing third base is number 1, Gary Mattis. Josh Allen bats second. He plays second base. Then it's Jeffrey Baez hitting third and center field. Riley Crane bats cleanup. He's at first base, followed by Elijah McNamee hitting fifth and left field. Batting sixth is the DH J.R. Davis. Andy DeJesus bats seventh and plays shortstop. Hitting eighth, doing the catching, Justin Felix. And Andrew Penner bats ninth and plays right field. Starting pitcher is right-hander Polo Portela. In 17 starts, he's 9-2 with a 3.22 ERA. It's Mattis, Allen, Baez, Crane, McNamee, Davis, DeJesus, Felix, and Penner. For Schaumburg, they're 45 and 42. They've won 6 of 10, but they've dropped 2 in a row. Leading off and playing left field, number 15, Chase Dawson. Matt McGarry bats second and plays shortstop. The DH is number 29, Quincy Neaporti. Batting fourth and playing first base, number 19, Braxton Davidson. Clint Hardy hits fifth. He'll play right field. Luke Becker bats sixth and plays third base. Angelo Gums bats seventh and plays third. While playing center field hitting eighth is Brett Odo. No, I'm sorry, it's Brett Malazzo, and batting ninth and doing the catching is Nick Odo. For starting pitcher, Andrew Dean. The left-hander is 4-9 with a 4.76 ERA. At over 17 starts, he's worked 90 innings, striking out 59 and walking 34. So it's the Otters and the Boomers. First pitch from Schaumburg is coming up next on the Otters YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Welcome back. The Otters and Boomers playing game 2 of this 4-game series in Schaumburg with Preston Leinebach. I'm Jevin Redmond. Glad you could join us on the Otters YouTube channel. Evansville trying to make it 4 straight wins and also improve to what would be a season best 20 games over 500. This is their best record at the moment as well. 19 games over 500, 53 and 34. As the Otters will send Gary Mattis, Josh Allen, and Jeffrey Baez to the plate. And they are facing this left-hander, Andrew Dean, who wears the number 18. Dean over 17 starts. We mentioned 4 and 9 with a 4.76 ERA. So Preston, a guy that has somewhat struggled this year for the Boomers. Maybe a chance for Evansville to jump on him early. And you've got the good pitching of Portela, who's been strong in rotation all year long.
Yeah, I think for Portela, he would like to get the same kind of run support he had last Sunday in his last start where they won 15-1 at Gateway. But nonetheless, it'll be interesting to see because for me, in my memory bank here, I don't remember seeing Dean pitch this season at Bosse Field. And I'm not saying that the Otters didn't face him up in a previous trip to Schaumburg, but I don't remember Zane announcing that name earlier this season or seeing him in the lineup. So it might be one of those few times where Evansville's coming across a guy this year where they really don't have much on him from previous matchups. But nonetheless, you're right. Getting ahead early, I think, will be big for this team. Now, the thing is, for Evansville and some of the issues they've had lately when they do score early is that they kind of see their offense die out as the game goes along. They would like to see that be kind of consistent through all 9 innings.
So the left-hander Dean is finishing up his warm-up pitches. Preston and I doing the game remotely back here in Evansville. I like the Raising Cane's graphic up there in the top right of our screen. Best chicken place there is.
I believe that's their strikeout sponsor, if I remember correctly. Yeah.
I know whenever like Evansville, the university plays up at Loyola. Raising Cane's always a big sponsor of Loyola, and they've got logos everywhere. But 73 degrees tonight in Schaumburg, just outside of Chicago. It's like a cloudy, overcast evening and a pretty good crowd on hand. You were saying tonight is their fan appreciation night.
Fan appreciation, as a lot of teams are finishing up some of their home slates this weekend. Evansville will finish out theirs later in the week, and then next Sunday will be Evansville's fan appreciation at the Bosse Field. But yeah, a lot of teams finishing out their home slate, so of course you want to thank the fans for their support here in this season.
Well, it's time for baseball as Gary Mattis digs in. The Evansville third baseman, he hits from the right side. Dean takes a big, exaggerated deep breath, then pumps on a first pitch, outer half the plate, tapped up the first base line. And the pitcher, Dean, fields it, shovel pass onto first base, 1 pitch, 1 out. Mattis is retired.
No surprise there. Gary Mattis swinging at the first pitch. He loves to do that, and especially last night against Kyle Arjona, those first few at-bats for Mattis, he was swinging on the first pitch.
Yeah, Mattis over 29 games came into play hitting .295 with 17 RBIs. So 1 pitch, 1 out. Here's Josh Allen, the Evansville second baseman, in 10 games this year for the Otters. He's batting .368. Does have 2 home runs, and he's driven in 7. The wind and the pitch to Allen. He takes a knee-high fastball. Called strike, 0-1.
Allen able to get a hit last night, but tough to say that last night might have been his worst game since rejoining the Otters, as he had a hat trick with 3 strikeouts.
You don't see that much from Allen, as there's a pitch on the outside corner, 0-2. Allen normally puts together good at-bats, puts the ball in play, competitive, but that's just baseball. Sometimes you have a rough evening. The 0-2 pitch to Allen. That one is low and outside, 1-2.
Now, I will say he was also one of the players for both sides that had some issues with the strike zone last night. Both teams kind of showing a few looks back to the home plate umpire on Friday evening.
There's the pitch downstairs to Allen. Counts even 2-2.
Which, for Josh Allen to argue balls and strikes, also very rare.
Well, that second called strike to me kind of looked back as if I think that was a bit outside, but Allen, being professional, didn't really say a whole lot. The 2-2. Allen swings and misses on a pitch in the dirt. He's tagged out by the catcher, Odo. And the first 2 are taken care of by the left-hander, Andrew Dean. Now it's Jeffrey Baez, who now has 7 home runs in 13 games with Evansville, batting .397, 16 RBIs. You mentioned, was it last night another home run for Baez? A towering shot. I mean, does he ever not hit a towering shot, though? He doesn't really. His home runs are not cheapies, put it that way.
Yeah, no, they're not just going to sneak over the top of the yellow line. They are going to go a long way.
Here he takes a called strike. Knee high on a fastball from Dean.
Which, when in 2016, did you or Jordan make the trip to Schaumburg?
Jordan made that one, yeah.
Okay.
From the wine, the 0-1. Baez lifts a fly ball in the air, center field. Moving over as a center fielder, Alonso near the track. He makes the catch for out number 3. So Baez just missed a home run by 10 or 12 feet there, and it's a 1-2-3 top of the first inning for Andrew Dean after 1/2 inning. No score as the Boomers come to bat on the Otters YouTube channel.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Otters go down in order. Their first trip to the plate, so no score as the Boomers bat in the first against Polo Portela. With Preston Leinebach, I'm Jevin Redmond. Portela making his 18th start of the season. Good record, solid ERA. He's 9-2. With a 3.22 ERA, he's worked 103 third innings, striking out 87, walking 33. And he's been pretty reliable this year, and we'll see if he can sit down the Boomers' offensive lineup down tonight. He'll face Chase Dawson, Matt McGarry, and Quincy Neaporti, the first 3 scheduled batters for the Boomers. The Otters tonight, by the way, are wearing their blue tops, gray pants with the white lettering. Schaumburg's in their all-white uniforms. They have the orange lettering outlined in black trim. Always like that combination, the orange and black, kind of Orioles look. I think it's a sharp look. Dawson digs anywhere as those high black socks from the left side open stance, and Polo Portela's first pitch of the evening is headed home, and it's a fastball way outside.
Yeah, I would say for Schaumburg, I do like the home white look a little bit better than the alternate black that they had last night. But nonetheless, either set of uniform, especially speaking from sitting in the press box of Boston Field, they're usually pretty easy to see in terms of the numbers. Very helpful.
1-0 pitch is a fly ball down the left field line. Moving over is McNamee, as well as the shortstop and third baseman for the Otters, giving chase, but the ball drops in foul territory. Or strike 1 on Chase Dawson, who's batting .322, 9 home runs, and 64 RBIs. Dawson digs back in after he was about halfway to second base on that foul ball down the left field line. He regroups and the pitch. That one is low and outside, 2-1.
Appears there might have been a little misunderstanding up there in Schaumburg, as the lineups that were provided as well as entered into the live stats show McNamee in left, Pinner in right, but on that last foul ball toward the left field bullpen, it looked like Pinner was the one over there next to DeJesus to give help. So I'm assuming Pinner is on left, McNamee in right, which is the more usual lineup. But I know we both kind of looked at each other when we saw McNamee in left. We haven't seen that yet at all this year.
So we know Andy likes to kind of mix up the lineup, more so the order guy is hit, not so much as position. Right. So that did catch us off guard. That makes a lot more sense. 2-2 on Chase Dawson. Portela, who wears the number 20, winds and fires. Breaking ball down and inside on a full count on Dawson.
Keep an eye out to see if they get that fixed in the official scoring live stats. That could make a difference in some of the defensive statistics like assist and putouts.
3-2 pitch, ground ball hit to the right side. And it is a foul ball. Well, when I looked up the game time temperature on my app, it said 73 degrees and it had light drizzle. I'm looking at some of the fans in the ballpark. They've got their sweatshirts and hoodies up as if it is drizzling a bit right now. That last ground ball, our camera angle down the right field line panned, and it appeared that it was raining somewhat.
Yeah, they definitely make it look like 73 is really cold. It might be in the 50s with how bundled up some of the fans are.
It's like a San Francisco crowd.
Yeah.
The 3-2 pitch to Dawson. And a foul ball. I got home from doing my football game last night. I flipped on MLB app and had the Giants-Dodgers game on, a battle for first place in San Francisco. Of course, it was about 8:30 or 9 o'clock San Francisco time. They were bundled up like it was a late October game, or like a playoff game, but it was 55 in San Francisco last night. Payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4, good at bat for Dawson. He draws a leadoff walk. Portela doesn't walk a ton of guys. That's his 34th walk over 103 innings. Leadoff man reaches here, brings in Matt McGarry, the Boomer shortstop, hitting .249. McGarry has 8 home runs, 37 RBIs.
Slight change at the top of the order. Craig not batting leadoff tonight as he did last night. Of course, he was definitely one of the players who had some issues with the strike zone the night ago. And after a lengthier discussion with the umpire, I don't think he was ever actually ejected last night for arguing balls and strikes. But he was removed from the game, I guess, by manager's choice.
Ball 1 here to McGarry. With Dawson at first base, McGarry was casually showing bunt on that first offering, then pulled back. And Portela whips a throw to first base, checking on Dawson. We'll set the Otters defensive lineup here in just a moment as we play in the home half of the first inning. Good timing. As soon as I said that, it popped up on the TV screen. Man, that's like an old school video game graphic they just showed.
I bet Tim had a hand in that. He's very old school.
That's pretty cool. I liked it. There's a fastball called strike, 1-1. So it's Andrew Penner in left, Jeffrey Baez in center, Elijah McNamee plays right. The infield left to right is Mattis, DeJesus, Allen, and Crane, with Justin Felix doing the catching. Portela, he comes set, looks over toward first base, and the next offering to McGarry. There's a swing and a miss. He strikes out on 3 pitches. So Portela begins the first inning, a walk and now a strikeout.
I feel like kind of, especially when he's locked in, he really kind of has a sneaky fastball. It's not overly powering when you look at the radar gun, but with what he's able to do with his secondary pitches, it comes in a little bit faster to the batter's eye.
So with 1 on 1 out, here is Quincy Neaporte, their DH. Good average, 346, 15 home runs. He's driven in 60. Leads this lineup in the home run and RBI categories. Tall right-handed slugger. And Portela sets himself from the belt, pauses, and now he pitches. Fastball low.
Neaporte, candidate for probably one of the MVP candidates in the league. But if you would have asked me, though, especially after seeing Schaumburg so many times back in June, I would have thought his numbers would be a little bit higher in terms of home run and RBI production. So I don't know if he missed some time due to injury, but it's a little surprising that they're as low as they are, because he is probably one of the few batters in the Frontier League where he kind of incites fear a little bit when his name is in the lineup card.
You hear that horn? It means the laundry's done.
Nice.
Drying some clothes. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Neaporte, man at first base, nobody out, and the fastball gets below the zone, ball 2. We'll keep you up to date on scores elsewhere. One game postponed. The Southern Illinois Miners at the Gateway Grizzlies. They will play a doubleheader tomorrow. Few games underway. And the 2-0 pitch to Neaporte, breaking ball, that's in there for a strike. The one that the Otters are worried about is Florence and Joliet. They are in the bottom of the first inning at Joliet. Florence scored twice in the top of the first. The Y'alls in front 2-0. Otters start play a game and a half up. We come down to about 1 more week left in the regular season. The 2-1 to Neaporte. is slashed out toward right. On the move is McNamee. And he makes the catch. Back to first base goes Dawson. Laporte hit the ball hard, but right to McNamee, 2 outs. It's like Windy City, Lake Erie, just underway at Lake Erie. Top of the first, no score. Washington leads Sussex County 4-0. Top of the 5th inning. That game at Sussex County. New York leads Tri-City at home 2-1 top 3rd. And Quebec and New Jersey no score top 5. Not the same without Zane here saying what Frontier League scoreboard, frontierleague.com.
FrontierLeagueTV.com scoreboard update.
There you go.
I'll get the sponsors in for you.
Here's a pitch outside to Braxton Davidson, the Boomers' first baseman, hitting 4th. Only his 23rd game of the year with Schaumburg. He's hitting .347, those 7 home runs and 23 RBIs. Got a good solid built frame from the left side, twirls the bat over home plate. And the shortstop DeJesus plays up the middle. I expect this batter to pull, and the pitch is outside, 2-0. I need to check in on Zane, make sure he's okay. The rough last 3.5 hours for him, football-wise.
Yeah, I have a feeling he may not be making it, even as a late arrival tonight.
Yeah, IU lost to Iowa on the road, 34-6. The 2-0 pitch to Davidson. And a ground ball pulled foul. First base side, 2-1. Preston, are you a big college football fan at all, or do you just kind of loosely follow?
I mean, I don't have like a particular favorite team, but you know, when it comes to college football Saturday, there's games on all day. I'm going to sit down and watch.
Sure, that's about how I am. I don't have like one favorite team or anything, but enjoy casually watching. Anyways, the conversation that we had with Zane was obviously a tough week 1 game for IU at Iowa. But if they lose that game, will they fall out of the top 25? Here's a breaking ball high, 3-1 on Davidson. I said probably not. You know, if you just lose the game, but with them losing 34-6, they look bad. They might be out of the top 25 poll next week.
Yeah, I don't know if he won't change his perspective on it. But I don't know about smelling roses is now in the picture.
Yeah, it's tough. Because essentially they would have to run the table the rest of the way. And after what I saw today, they ain't running the table. 3-1 pitch to Davidson. Man at first, 2 outs. And a big swing and a miss by the left-hander. The count's full, so Dawson, who is at first base, will be off with a 3-2 pitch.
It's all right. We would suspect they get back to 500 next week, so he'll be in a better mood, hopefully, following next Saturday.
Yeah, surely they'll beat Idaho. Is that who they play? The 3-2 pitch is a smash out toward right. McNamee moves over and he can't make the catch. The ball drops in front of him. The runner at first base, Dawson, who is off the pitch, is trying to score. Throw home is high and safe. Dawson with good speed was off that 3-2 pitch on a ball hit down the right field line. I think it'll go down as an RBI single for Davidson. He moves his second on the throw. Chase Dawson scores. It's 1-0 Boomers. With where the ball was hit, I guess Dawson got a great jump and has awesome speed because I was surprised he scored.
Yeah, he's pretty quick and he's a center fielder more often than not. Really, you got to be careful at the top of the order when you got the likes of Dawson and Laporte and then Davidson.
So brings in Clint Hardy, the Schaumburg right fielder, for Davidson, his 24th run driven in. And this being his 23rd game he's played for Schaumburg. The pitch fouled off the catcher's mitt, and they got him on the wrist too. That's Justin Felix. Appears to be in a little bit of pain. He walks down in front of home plate to shake it off. It's strike 1 on Hardy.
The other reason why Felix also might be getting a second consecutive start, which we don't normally see a whole lot of, is that the other night, the finale on Thursday, I guess it was, at Southern Illinois, Phillips took one straight off the mask, and it kind of took him a moment to kind of regather himself, so probably just giving him a couple days.
No balls and a strike on Clint Hardy, the right fielder. Runner at second base is Braxton Davidson. And from the set position, though, 1-strike pitch. Breaking ball, that clipped the corner. And quickly 2 strikes on Clint Hardy. In his first inning, Portela has thrown 23 pitches.
Portela in search of his 10th win of the season. Earlier this week, Holgrafer picked up his 9th, so he'll be looking for his 10th next time around the rotation.
Breaking ball spins outside of Clint Hardy, 1-2.
After last night's win, the Otters are now 19 games above 500 going into tonight's contest, which is the highest they've been above 500 yet this season.
This will be pitch number 25 of the inning from Polo Portela. And it's a 1-2 offering to Clint Hardy. Outside on a breaking ball, 2-2. We were discussing it about a week ago. What's the most wins the Otters have had in a season?
57.
57.
Yep, they've done that a couple times. 2019 with their West Division title, matching their 2014 record.
Setting up inside the 2-2 pitch is low ball 3.
I guess technically in the record book they were 48 and 48 in 2015, but as we all know the story behind 2015, that team was more than capable of having a new record in terms of regular season wins that year.
Payoff pitch here for Hardy. It's headed home. And a pop-up foul down the right field line. Still a 3-2 count. Otters won the opener last night. 9-1. Trying to win their 4th straight game here this evening. They'll have 2 more in Schaumburg tomorrow night at 6. And a 1 o'clock day game on Labor Day Monday. Another foul ball. They are really making Portela work here in the first.
They are, and that's something where for Evansville, I guess they're fine in terms of the bullpen situation after having Scott go 8 innings last night and then Joe Riley pitching in 1 inning, so they should have fresh arms. But nonetheless, you don't want to have Portela be overworked so early. Usually he's reliable to go 6 or 7 innings.
Another 3-2 pitch for Hardy, who wins this battle. It's another foul back to the screen. So we'll have 30 pitches from Portela here in the first.
Where the Otters, even though off to a rough start on Tuesday, not scoring a run at Southern Illinois, but this has been one of their better stretches on the road here this past week in the three straight games that they've won. Most of the success for Evansville has been at home this year.
The 3-2 pitch on the corner. Strike 3 is called. So with pitch number 30 of the inning, Polo Portela gets his second strikeout, but he walked the leadoff man Dawson. He came around to score on the 2-out single from Braxton Davidson. After 1 inning, it's Schaumburg 1, Evansville nothing on the Otters YouTube channel.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
We played one inning from Schaumburg. The Boomers score a run thanks to a 2-out single from Braxton Davidson, plating Chase Dawson. So we'll see if Evansville can get that run back here against Andrew Dean. 4, 5, and 6 hitters up. It's lefty Riley Crane digging in. Otters went down in order in the first with a strikeout. And Dean winds and fires. He zips home a fastball right down central. So in that first inning, Preston Dean threw just 8 pitches, while Portela threw 30 for Evansville.
Yeah, Evansville, I still would suspect here, at least first time through the order, that they would be aggressive for the most part, because that's what led to their early success last night, was being aggressive, and as well as the other night in Southern on Thursday night against Michael Austin.
So far, Dean has been pounding the strike zone. The curveball was in there, 0-2 on Crane. Now the 2-strike pitch, that one's outside. Crane, the Evansville first baseman, is hitting .282 with 17 home runs and 72 RBIs. He's been a staple in this lineup throughout the season. 1-2 offering, a breaking ball. He just got a piece of it, fouling it back behind the catcher. Count remains at 1-2.
For Riley Crane, we would suspect that he might get some end-of-season recognition by the Frontier League.
The 1-2 pitch jammed him, fouled off third base side.
As I mentioned on our broadcast last night, Jim, that the ballots have been sent out and are to be filed here in the middle of the week. So hopefully by the end of the homestand a week from tomorrow, we'll find out if Riley Crane has earned some type of postseason honor.
He takes a fastball above the letters here, 2-2. The wind and the pitch. That's outside. So remember, back on Wednesday was the last time I did an Otters game, and Crane had that inside the park home run.
The go-ahead inside the park home run.
That was a big hit.
Following up the triple by Baez.
Payoff pitch is outside, ball 4. Here he draws a leadoff walk in the second, the first base runner for Evansville.
Deerhead Sidewalk Cafe and Bar. Let's see, we had that. Let's see, we had the German American make strikeout by Portela.
I'm still waiting, though, for someone to start knocking on our door, and it'd be Zane. Him needing to come and just let out some frustration from the IU football game. Maybe he's just going to hide the rest of tonight. Think he'll be here tomorrow?
I don't know. He may not be able to get out of bed tomorrow.
Be limping around. Here's McNamee, a pitch outside, ball 1. Elijah's hitting .303, 7 home runs and 42 RBIs.
Hopefully they didn't drive him to have too many ice-cold frosty ones.
Crane off of first base from the stretch. The 1-0 pitch to McNamee is way high and outside, nowhere near the zone. And McNamee in the driver's seat here, 2-0. For those listening, and we've established this, where Evansville's at in the standings in the Central Division, which is who, if the Otters make the playoffs, would play in the first round. 2-0 pitches inside, 3-0, man. Andrew Dean has lost it here in the top of the second. In that Central, the Schaumburg Boomers, they have a 6-game lead over Lake Erie. Boomers at 45 and 42, the only team above 500 in that division. Lake Erie at 39 and 48. Windy City, 6.5 games out at 39 and 49. And then Joliet in last place, 11 games off the pace at 34 and 53. So Schaumburg will be coming out of that division. 3-0 pitch, there's a strike in at the knees, 3-1. In the Northeast Division, you have Washington, a 2-game lead over Sussex County. The Wild Things have won 5 straight and 8 of 10. They're 50 and 37. And Sussex County's lost 3 in a row, so they're 2 games out. The Wild Things have flipped the script a bit. New Jersey nowhere near the conversation. They're at 35 and 51, 14 and a half games out.
And I believe Washington's taking on Sussex County this weekend, so.
That is correct, yeah. And as we mentioned on our scoreboard, Washington with a 4-0 lead over Sussex County, so Washington could go 3 games up.
That's a couple teams from that side, I guess that conference. With Washington, they got off to kind of a slow, bad start this year. Tri-City did. It just kind of weird thing about baseball season is that you still have time to turn things around if you get it going soon enough.
Foul ball from McNamee, still 3-2. And then an interesting battle going in the Atlantic Division with that 3-team division. Tri-City and Quebec, they're tied at 46 and 41. New York 8 games out. So still some unfinished business here with about 1 week left. 1 week left in the regular season. 3-2 pitch for McNamee with Crane off of first base, nobody out. And McNamee drives one into left. Dawson moves back on a leaping catch just shy of the warning track. He fires it back in quickly, and Crane, who is just about all the way to second base, has to retreat back to first.
Once again, pretty good contact by McNamee. Just can't find any room to work with.
And the one-out batter is J.R. Davis. He's the DH tonight, hitting just above 300 at 302. Davis has hit 7 home runs and 48 RBIs. Those high blue socks, waves the bat over his right shoulder, and he swings and punches it foul. First base side for strike one. Looks like still, I guess I can't tell if it's drizzling or not, or if it's just the camera being somewhat a bit grainy. It looks like it's raining, but yeah, the umbrellas are still out. I think it is raining. You can tell right there on first base it's a bit wet. The 0-1 pitch is inside, 1-1.
Not enough to have the tarp on the field because, once again, Schaumburg, one of the other few teams with Evansville that actually has a natural field.
The 1-1 pitch for Davis instead of pickoff attempt, and Crane back in standing up. Yeah, I pulled up the radar, and in Schaumburg, there's a few just kind of like pop-up light showers. I don't think anything different than what we're getting right now. So my guess would be they can just play through it.
Kind of like what we're having here in Evansville, just kind of overcast skies with a little bit of light precipitation.
You know, we were for high temperatures, mid-70s, kind of gives that late September, early October feel. Wanted to curl up and take a nap today. But someone wanted me to do a baseball game tonight, so I couldn't do that, Preston.
Hey, I am more than ready for a nap after getting up at 7 a.m. this morning.
That's right. Yeah, Bossy Field was busy today.
It was a busy day. We hosted a special Olympics event for games at the ballpark starting at 9 a.m. So we had to get there early, of course, for preparation, and lasted till about, well, the games themselves lasted until about 3 o'clock, and then we had, of course, closed down the ballpark and stuff. So had just enough time to get a quick bite to eat before heading over here.
2-1 pitch runs away to J.R. Davis, and the count is 3-1. So after an 8-pitch top of the first, Dean with some long counts here against the Evansville batters.
Saw a couple of wedge gems out there on the field today.
Did you? Good.
Yeah.
Little Sports Center top 10. 3-1 pitch outside, so the second walk in the inning. Crane, now Davis. Evansville with first and second, one out.
In fact, one of the participants, one of our season ticket holders, Emilio Delgado, was out there on the field today.
Story about him. So whenever I was a senior in high school, I went to the Evansville Career and Tech Center for broadcasting and the radio program, and he was actually in that class.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was at North High School.
Mm-hmm. He always talked about the Otters, too. Otters, I think he's a Cardinals fan. And our teacher, his name was Mike Reiniga, he was a huge, huge IU basketball fan. I don't know if much IU football or not, but definitely IU basketball. And Emilio would give him a hard time about IU basketball all the time. Always tell him IU stinks.
Well, he wasn't wrong. That's and it kind of still stands, I guess, for right now going into this season. We'll find out.
1 strike pitch, 2 to Jesus, and that is a called strike. 0-2 in the Otters shortstop. A 2-on-1 out, top of the second. Boomers in front, 1-0. Jesus is batting .305. He's got 3 home runs and 30 RBIs. Trying to make the walks hurt. From the high set, the 0-2 pitch. That's outside. 1-2 on DeJesus with Felix on deck and Penner in the hole.
I suspect with the ERA that Dean has going into this game that Evansville will have their opportunities going forward. Just got to make the most of them. An ERA just below 5, I mean, that kind of shows that he kind of dances around trouble quite a bit.
Pitch is high and outside, 2-2, and Dean, as we mentioned, 2 walks in this inning on his misses now. He's missing bad.
Mm-hmm. It's just something about the left-handed pitchers that the Otters have faced in the last couple weeks. Talking about Jordan Bear with Gateway, Dean here, just kind of command issues against Evansville's lineup.
2-2 pitch, low ball 3, and one more wide one. He'll walk him loaded.
So even though it's a 2-strike count, these, like you said, these last few have not even been close. So it's almost like you can stand in that batter's box and not even have to take a 2-strike defensive approach.
Dean walks behind the pitcher's mound and uses those, whatever you call them, those prongs, tacky things for your shoes, and tries to get some of the mud and wet dirt off. Rain continues to fall on the 3-2 pitch here for DeJesus. Foul ball down the right field line. Spoiled a good fastball at half the plate. Hits it onto the hillside down the right field line as the kids in attendance scatter for the loose ball.
Mentioned how first inning it was less than 10 pitches. Well, now that pitch count has gone up to the number that Portela had in the first inning. So I was working that pitch count up the other direction. Of course, that allows Portela to kind of get a nice breather after that long inning to start the game.
This will be pitch number 35 of the game for Dean. He threw just 8 pitches in the first. 2 on, 1 out. The 3-2 offering to DeJesus. Instead, a pickoff attempt at second. And back in safely is Crane. Second baseman tried to slide in from behind. Schaumburg hoping for a ground ball. We haven't set their defense yet, so we will after this pitch. Runners go, and the pitch is driven out into the air toward center field. On comes Milazzo, the center fielder, fires back into second. And despite Crane, who is off with the pitch, he's able to get back in time. So DeJesus is out number 2 on the fly out to the center fielder, Milazzo. And 2 on, 2 out. So let's set the Schaumburg lineup free defensively. They have chased Dawson in left, Brett Milazzo in center, Clint Hardy in right. Infield is Becker, McGarry, Gums, and Davidson from left to right. And Odo is the catcher as the pitching coach for Schaumburg comes out to have a word with Andrew Dean. That mound appears to be getting really wet with all the players kind of looking at it, using the rosin and again that spike pad that lays behind the pitcher's mound. So the 2-out batter is Justin Felix, and a chance for Dean to get out of this as Felix is batting just 144 this year, 3 home runs and 13 RBIs.
Pitching coach for Schaumburg is Connor Reed, which he just, I guess you'd say, hung up his cleats from a playing perspective here within the last season, going back to 2019. As Evansville was familiar facing him, not only in a Boomers uniform, but I believe the other team offhand was the Lake Erie Crushers that he pitched for.
First pitch here to Felix is low and outside, ball 1.
For Lake Erie this year, got off to a slow start, then got really hot. Now they're back down to well below 500. But they had a nice run the last few seasons of having just really good pitching. They always couldn't find the answer for their offense, but their pitching was really good with the likes of Lede and Alex Romero.
Well, the count's 2-0 on Felix. It's been a rough go of it for Dean here in the second. The Otters still have not scratched across a run. A pair of walks, 2 on, 2 out, and the 2-0 pitch to Felix. That is a strike, caught the top part of the zone, and on the outside corner, Felix kind of spins away. A little bit surprised that Dean got that call, especially with the left-hander being all over the place here in the second. Sometimes you don't get those borderline pitches when you can't command the zone. So 2-1 on Felix. And the big swing and a miss from the right-hander. The count's even 2-2. Andy McCauley down at third base, and his 12th season with Evansville. Had his hands on his knees, now clapping, encouraging Felix, hoping he can come up with a big 2-out base knock here. 1-0 Schaumburg, top of the second. First baseman Davidson plays way off that line. And the 2-2 pitch, Felix. Swing and a miss, struck him out on a fastball right down the middle. And Dean, the left-hander, a little bit of a fist pump off the mound. He gets out of some trouble. 2 walks, Otters strand both guys, and after an inning and a half, it's the Boomers 1, Otters nothing on the Otters YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Otters strand 2 in the top of the second inning as we move into the home half. It's the Boomers 1, Otters nothing with Preston Leinenbach. I'm Jevin Revin. Thank you for joining us this evening. Luke Becker digs in, leadoff hitter here in the second for the Boomers in the 6th slot. He plays third base. Left-handed slugger, and Polo Portella's first pitch of the second is headed home. And that pitch is outside, ball 1. That'll be Becker, Gums, and Milazzo. Boomers got a leadoff walk in the first from Dawson, then a strikeout, line out to right. A 3-2 pitch with Dawson on the move. Davidson singled on the right field line and scored. Dawson already struck out to end the inning, so that's how we have her scoring. The 1-0 pitch is a pop-up foul down the third base line to even the count. Luke Becker, who's batting .249 with 2 home runs and 28 RBIs. Florence is tacked on in their game at Joliet. They're up 3-0 top of the third. 1-1 pitch, change up, good location, called strike. Portella, who works from the left side of the mound, winds and fires on 1 and 2. It's hit down the left field line. Penner on the move, into foul territory. Can't get there in time as the ball one hops over that sidewall. And the count remains at 1 and 2 on Luke Becker. Well, tomorrow for Evansville, Ryan O'Reilly is expected to go the right-hander who's 5-4 with a 3.24 ERA. Jeff Bramblett for Schaumburg, and then in the series finale on Monday, that's an afternoon game. Austin Gossman back to the hill for the Otters. 2-6 with a 4.36 ERA. Ryan Middendorf for the Boomers. 1-2 to Becker is bounced to the right side. He slips coming out of the batter's box as Josh Allen gets a letter high hop. Short toss to first base, and Becker is taken care of. 4-3 on the putout.
Slipping out of the batter's box just kind of shows the conditions there in Schaumburg a little bit. Yeah, I'll be interested to see tomorrow with Bramblett on the mound, the former Gateway Grizzly closer, who made a few spot starts for them earlier this year before his acquisition to Schaumburg.
Angelo Gums digs in with one out. The right-hander takes. Downstairs, ball one. Gums is hitting .247 with 6 home runs. He's driven in 40. The wind and the pitch is outside. 2 balls and no strikes. The next, there's a swing and a miss. He chased ball 3 way out of the zone. And it's 2-1 on Gums. Two-one pitch, another check swing, called strike on the corner, 2-2. So after the road trip ends on Monday, what's been a long one, a 10-game road trip to Evansville. 3-game series against Joliet, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Lake Erie, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. All night games except for Wednesday. That's a 10:05 first pitch. And then the finale on Sunday, a week from tomorrow, will be 12:35. Any promotions that are noteworthy coming up next homestand for Otters fans?
Yeah, I mean, there's a promotion for every day, with Tuesday being Taco Tuesday. Of course, you have the $2 tacos, just kind of Corona Modelo. Wednesday, the early start time at 10 a.m. Gates open at 9, so we'll all have to get up a little early that day.
Breaking ball, a swing and a miss. Gums chased one above the belt, and that is the third strikeout for Portela.
That'll be education day, so hopefully some of the schools will be able to get out of the classroom a little bit and join us for some Otters baseball, as well as the $2 tickets for seniors 55 and older on Senior Connection Wednesday.
Two outs, and here is Balazzo. He bunts it up the third base line. Pitcher Portela slings it to first, not in time, wildly, and that throw is going to go down the right field line somewhat, but it hit the first base coach of Schaumburg.
Break for Evansville, otherwise he'll be could be at second base, even though he ran past the first base bag, ran through it, so more likely would have stayed at first anyway.
Not a bad idea with 2 outs. You've got the wet grass from the rain that continues to fall, very light rain, and was placed well. Portela had to pounce off and just kind of sling its sidearm to get rid of it quickly. Even if the throw was on target, Milazzo would have been safe. That goes down as an infield single. It's the Boomers' second hit of the night. And in stands Nick Odo, the catcher, hitting just .208.
But I will say real quick about the 2 nights that the fans won't want to miss will be Thursday night, Thursday. Of course, it kind of explains itself. Thursday, discounted alcoholic drinks.
Here's a line shot to the shortstop to Jesus. He makes a knee-high catch, and we'll let Preston finish out the promotions in the 3rd inning. So the Boomers get a 2-out infield bunt single from Milazzo. He's left at first base after 2. Schaumburg 1, Evansville nothing. The Otters YouTube channel.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance, before you walked down the aisle, before the tables were set with care, before you penned a single invitation, before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
Top of inning number 3, Schaumburg leads Evansville 1-0. Boomers got a run in the home half of the first inning. Otters had a chance last inning with 2 walks, had 2 on, 1 out, but DeJesus flew out to center, and Justin Felix struck out against Andrew Dean. As Dean a bit late to start his warm-up pitches. In between innings, they put some diamond dry or drying substance on the mound to give some more traction for the pitchers as it continues to rain lightly in Schaumburg. So while we wait for the Otters to bat in the third, Press, I'll let you continue on with your promotion tease for next week at Bossy Field.
So yeah, once again, Taco Tuesday, Senior Connection Wednesday, 10 a.m. start. Thursday, the last Thirsty Thursday, so come out for discounted drafts and domestic cans, as well as our Evansville Triplets celebration. That night, the players will be wearing Triplets-themed jerseys, so that'll be something really cool for the fans to come see with their own eyes. Those will not be up for auction, as those will be reused yearly going forward. Friday, Evan and the American Cancer Society continue their partnership for his campaign to raise cancer awareness and donations. Saturday will be a big night with Centerpoint Energy First Responders Night. Our appreciation will be shown to all of our first responders, frontline workers, and emergency personnel, as well as the last regular season post-game fireworks show. Our fireworks night's always big. And then it'll finish out with Sunday's game being the last dog days of summer. Bring your dog to the ballpark, $2 hot dogs at the concession stand, and also Fan Appreciation Day. So, big weekend coming up, especially toward the end of the week. You won't want to miss it.
Andrew Penner digs in, top of the third. Otters down 1-0. First pitch to him is outside, and it looks like great weather next week, too. Tuesday, high of 86 and 81, 81, 81, 84, and 88 on Sunday. All sunshine right now. Of course, that could change, but right now, no rain expected and should be comfortable evenings at the ballpark.
Sounds great, because the weather had not been our friend for a good chunk of the summer. I mean, back in late June, July, we dealt with the rain and a few postponements, and then the last couple weeks, just hot and humid.
The 1-1 to Penner is low, 2-1. He's batting .260. Still looking for that first home run. He's driven in 22. And the 2-1 is slashed to the right side and through for a base hit. It goes all the way down into the corner, played by the right fielder Hardy. He throws into second base. It's cut off. A leadoff double for Andrew Penner. His 9th double with the Otters.
Deerhead double-decker double.
Shot that one down the right field line, and their sidewall jets out before it gets to the corner. Banged off that. Hardy played it well, but Penner with a stand-up double. And that is Evansville's first hit of the evening.
And where it juts out, it actually becomes even with the chalk line. Usually some places there's still maybe another foot or two between the foul line and that wall, but it comes all the way even with it.
So it sets up the top of the order. Gary Mattis swung at the first pitch, his first AB, and bounced back to the pitcher. Here he takes right down the middle, called strike.
Once again, Mattis with the accessory neon green gloves in the back pocket.
Here's the 1-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Chase one in the dirt. 0-2. Those gloves are just for looks, huh?
I have a feeling we'll be asking him about that when we catch up with him for Otters TV. See if there's a story behind those gloves.
2-strike offering to Gary Mattis. Breaking ball is fouled back to the screen. 0-2 mistake there by Dean, but he got away with it. Madison, 29 games with Evansville. He's driven in 17. He's trying to drive in Penner from second base with nobody out, or at least move him to third for Josh Allen, who awaits on deck.
I believe he has a pair of sunglasses as well with the neon green frames.
The 0-2 is hit out into right field, sinking for a base hit. Hardy charges hard, and that will keep Penner at third base on the single from Gary Mattis. Back-to-back hits. Evansville has first and third. Nobody out here in the top of the third.
And with that hit for Mattis, his on-base streak continues, now up to 20 games.
Helps his average, too, as he tries to get back to 300 on the season. So golden opportunity now with first and third, nobody out, and the good part of the order coming up. It's a second-place hitting second baseman Josh Allen. He struck out his first time up. Mentioned he had 3 punch-outs last night. I think he'll put the ball in play here and get a run home somehow. Pickoff attempt over at first. There's a called strike to Allen, 0-1.
And Mattis took second base. No surprise there with his flashy speed. It looked like Odo was ready to fire, but it looked like he never got a good clean handle on it, so he basically just had to double pump it and then put it in his back pocket.
So now it's second and third, nobody out, and an 0-1 count on Allen. Looks like the Schaumburg infield will play back early in the game to trade an out for a run.
And really now the only thing holding Mattis from taking third, as we have seen him do multiple times, is the fact that he has a teammate in front of him in Penner at third base.
Breaking ball and a swing and a miss from Allen, 0-2. So Dean a chance to get a strikeout here.
A lot of big break to that curveball for Dean. And he starts to look like near Allen's shoulders and comes all the way down, and that's the pitch that Allen struck out on back in the first inning.
12-6 type of curve. Dean has struck out 2 so far tonight, and the 0-2 pitch to Allen. Ground ball pulled foul, wide of Andy McCulley down at third base.
You see just when they take that wide shot there, the difference between the foul territory and other places like Schaumburg and Bossy Field, where it feels like you're running forever if you're chasing a foul ball.
You can steal a lot of outs at Bossy Field with that foul territory as a pitcher. Here's a fastball that runs high and tight to Allen, 1-2, as he nearly turned his left shoulder into that pitch. Got the dangerous Jeffrey Baez on deck. 1-2 pitch, Dean to Allen. Headed home, and Allen pulls it foul again, third base side.
So tough to stay back on that.
Especially in this type of situation where you're antsy. An RBI opportunity, second and third, nobody out. It's a ground ball up the middle. Will get a run home. Something to the right side. Got good speed on the bases with Penner at third and Mattis at second. Here's the 1-2 pitch for Josh Allen. Another ground ball foul.
Obviously, Allen just fighting it off at this point, but where the ball is starting at the top of its break, like I said, it's about shoulder high. Well, you would think, okay, if it's going to drop in, it's going to drop in the strike zone. But there's so much movement to it that it's falling through the strike zone and down below the knees. So out of the hand, you're thinking, okay, it's going to fall into the hitting zone, but it has a little bit more than that. So that's why Allen just kind of gets a piece of it to continue the at-bat.
The 1-2 and a swing and a miss. The lefty elevated on a fastball above the belt and got Allen to chase. That's his second strikeout tonight, 1 away.
And that time, just the repetition of the breaking ball just got Allen to think, okay, he'll probably come with another one, and then slow down the bat a little bit, and then you speed him back up with a fastball high and away.
Well, still in a good spot if you're Evansville. The dangerous Baez digs in. Second and third, 1 out. Baez flew out to center his first trip to the plate. And here he pulls it to the left side. And the third baseman can't make the play. The ball goes into left field. 1 run scores. Here comes a second run. The throw to the plate is in time, and Mattis is out at home for the second out. But the tying run does cross home plate in Andrew Penner, and it's 1-1 here in the top of the third. Judging by the... Oh, wait. Now the home plate umpire is signal toward home as if the run does count. Was there maybe some interference?
That's what I'm kind of curious to see.
Schaumburg's manager comes out to have a word with our home plate umpire.
If there wasn't a lane for Mattis on that second runner attempt. If that's what the argument is, that there wasn't a lane that the catcher Odo was blocking. Or did it happen while Mattis was rounding third?
And our camera angle was kind of pointed toward home, waiting for the play and the throw from left, so didn't quite see what happened. But so Mattis, who is thrown out, now his run will count, and Evansville has a 2-1 lead.
Because I was kind of wondering how come Mattis went about it kind of standing up. He didn't slide into home plate.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a straight single for Baez. I was also kind of curious if that was kind of misplayed by the third baseman, but it did get straight through.
Well, judging by the pitcher's reaction, Dean, he kind of put his hands over his
head. Like it was an error or something.
Yeah.
But
so, again, don't know what they ruled that, but since he was thrown out of home, something happened maybe with interference. I'm assuming Baez gets still 2 RBIs for that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it goes down as a single. Baez moves up to second on the throw. So he's in scoring position with 1 out, and the batter is Riley Crane. The pitch to Crane is a big swing and a miss as he chased the breaking ball from Dean. The Otters with 3 hits here in this inning, and they have a 2-1 lead.
I guess, and of course, trying to think back when I've worked with the Point Streak software system, I don't think there's an actual input setting for that type of play, so it just goes down as the RBI single and a runner scored.
So for Baez, man, that's now 18 RBIs in 14 games. What a pickup he's been. No balls and 2 strikes on Crane, who walked leading off the second and was left at second base. Dean pitches, and a ground ball hit to the right side. Second baseman Gums gobbles it up and throws out Crane. Baez moves to third on the play with 2 outs. I mean, I'm kind of stating the obvious here, and you're going to be well aware of this, but Evansville's top 3 hitters who have been productive. Before tonight, Mattis, leadoff guy, has played in 29 games. Allen, who's hitting second, 10 games, and Baez, who's hitting third, just 13 games. So top of the order guys that have been coming through have been late pickups. And here is Elijah McNamee. First pitch, a bouncer foul, third base side. Elijah hit the ball hard his first time up, but he lined out to left.
I would say necessarily defensively, the third base position has been completely marked off the list for Evansville, as they sometimes still have, issues between Mattis and Davis. That's why they flip-flop them, but because of their offensive production, you can't keep them out of the lineup.
Here's the 1-strike pitch. Outside, counts even, 1-1 on McNamee.
And that's really where they solve their big issues. They solve the issues of the offense from third base. Now they don't have, with the depth they have, they don't have to play Davis every day in the field. They can DH him, which they've done quite a bit off and on here, back and forth lately.
The 1-1 to McNamee with Baez at third base. 2 runs home in this inning for Evansville and 2 outs. The lefty Dean steps off the rubber.
And with the addition of Baez and what he brings to the outfield, you can use Gordon depending on the matchups, and then if needed late in their game, you bring him in for his defense and his speed.
1-1 is a curveball in the dirt, blocked by the catcher Odo, preventing a run from scoring. 2-1. Well, that's one thing that Andy does very well. The year I covered him in 2016, adding pieces throughout the year. Of course, the Frontier League, you have so many moving parts. Guys maybe come in for a couple of weeks and they're gone. And you might lose a guy middle of the year who's been a big part of your team, but Andy finds pieces to pick up as McNamee swings and misses 2-2. And those pieces of the puzzle that eventually leave, he just fills those and gives the team a chance to win late in the year.
And the miraculous thing, I guess, in this perspective with this year, we would love to see more of the players get assigned to affiliate baseballs, that it's only been stand ball at the beginning of the year. So therefore, that it kind of explains why there haven't been as many changes. And
McNamee on 2-2 drills one out toward deep left. This one gets down and goes all the way to the wall. That'll score Baez from third base, and McNamee with a long single drives in the Otters' third run of the inning. It's 3-1 Evansville.
that's another solid piece of hitting by McNamee, and back-to-back at-bats to start the game for him. Seems like he's starting to maybe come around, and now that time he did find some green grass and space to work with.
With how McNamee stood there at the plate, I thought maybe it was gone. His
he
reaction.
did, yeah.
And then the ball was cut off right before the wall by Dawson, left fielder, who got to it quickly, but I was kind of waiting for McNamee to make second base. Of course, a little bit slow getting out of the box tonight for everyone with that wet dirt. 3-1 Evansville. First pitch of Davis is popped up foul. Down the right field line, strike one as JR walked his first time up.
But I was just going to say, there haven't been really a lot of transactions or changes to the lineup in the roster this year for Evansville. And it's mostly because they haven't had to fill pieces that have been signed. They've had a pretty good roster for the most part since the beginning of the year. The only issue has been maybe just a few injuries that they've had to deal with throughout the year.
Uh-oh, the 0-1, and Dean kind of lost his footing and couldn't deliver the pitch. That's a balk, and so McNamee will move up to second anyways.
They've had to deal with a lot of kind of longer-term injuries that they had hoped for, the likes of Tyler Vale, Bryce Denton. There's, multiple stints on the 14-day IL, where thankfully now at this point down the stretch, a lot of guys have come back from those stints and healthy, ready to go. Especially, like I said, back in June and July, just a lot of injuries for this team.
The 0-1 to Davis is low. 1 ball and 1 strike on JR.
There was even a part of the middle part of the summer where John Schultz was on the IL.
Out at second base is McNamee. He drove in the third run of the inning for Evansville. Davis takes low, and man, it's kind of wild to think this lefty threw 8 pitches in the first inning, and now with 2 outs in the third, he's at 67 pitches.
And then one other one that comes to mind, Tyler Spring. He had a stint on the IL back in the middle of the summer. Came back, kind of it took him a little bit to get back to where he was back in the beginning of the season. And now he's come back to being one of the top bullpen guys once again, pretty much automatic.
The 2-1 to Davis, that's outside, 3-1. Davis looking for a go pitch here. Keep the line moving. Swing and a miss, 2 strikes on Davis.
Davis back in the lineup tonight. Had the night off last night as Schultz was the DH for Evansville in the opener.
Lefty Dean looks in. He sets from the letters, peeks back towards second, and the payoff pitch is a ground ball to the right side. Diving attempt by the first baseman Davidson. He has no play. Everyone's safe on the infield single. Kept it on the infield. Diving attempt by Davidson. The ball squirted away a few steps. And the good speed of Davis, he had no chance to get him at first base. So another hit in this inning for Evansville. First and third with 2 outs. That's 5 hits in this inning. And the 8th man to bat is Andy DeJesus, who popped out to center in the second.
And the thing that comes to mind for me, it's the second time through the order that's doing the damage. Just like as last night when Evansville scored early in the game, in that first half of the game last night with their big inning.
Swing and a miss as DeJesus chased a high hard one from Andrew Dean, 0-1.
Last night, Arjona, the starter for Schaumburg, did fine through the first time. Second time through, Evansville batted around in that 4th inning last night.
Otters took game 1 9-1 last night. On the back end of a 10-game road trip. Final road trip of the regular season. The 1-strike pitch to DeJesus is lifted in the air down the right field line, drifting toward the stands and out of play.
So far, it's been a 5-2 road trip for Evansville. Took 2 of 3 at Gateway, 2 of 3 this week at Southern, then the first one last night. So I think already you can make a good argument that this has been a successful road trip. Like to pray get 1 or 2 more out of this weekend.
Yeah, this was a stretch that you kind of circled for Evansville, a bit concerned with would they lose some ground in the standings, but has not been the case. Florence has continued to play well. The 0-2. Hard hit ball left side, and it is a foul ball. 0-2 mistake from Dean. He's missing his spots quite a bit the last 2 innings. Don't think he'll be around much longer.
I don't think so, and it was kind of amazing to me, I guess. Credit to Jamie Bennett recognizing, kind of the situation was already out of hand last night. Is that, yeah, he could have went to his bullpen and brought in a guy to see if they can, maybe salvage a few runs off the scoreboard, but he just let Arjona go, an experienced pitcher for them, so he went deeper into the game than what would be expected of a guy who gives up 6 runs in the 4th inning.
The 0-2 pitch, 2 to Jesus. First and third, 2 outs. Breaking ball, tap foul. And he hasn't had that put away pitch. He gets 2 strikes in the Otters batters, and they have fouled pitches off, pitches off, and they got one they can handle, and that's why they have 5 hits in this inning. Jesus doing some stretching in the right-handed batter's box, trying to loosen that back. Inning start with a leadoff double from Penner. One of the 3 Otters runs so far. The kick and the pitch from Dean. Swing and a miss, struck him out. That ends the Evansville 3rd, but they send 8 men to the plate. They bang out 5 hits and scratch across 3 runs. After 2.5, it's Evansville 3, Schaumburg 1 on the Otters YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
Otters have their first lead of the night as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. It's 3-1 Evansville. They get 5 hits in the top of this frame. It's 3-5-0 for Evansville, 1-2-0 for Schaumburg. And Polo Portela back to the mound. He'll get the top of the Schaumburg order here in this frame. Jace Dawson digs in, their left fielder. He walked and scored back in the first, hitting .322 with 9 home runs and 64 RBIs. Portela glares in as a signing ones from Felix. And the first pitch of the 3rd is headed home. Fastball right down central. Strike called as Dawson checked to swing. Bottom of the 4th inning, and Joliet on the board. It's now a 3-2 Florence lead. It was 3-0 the last update. So the Slammers starting to chip away. The 0-1 is a high pop-up. It's in foul territory. The catcher, Felix, flips off his mask, and he makes the catch. Right next to the right-handed batter's box at home plate. That's the first out. Brings in Matt McGarry. struck out in the first inning. He's one of 3 Ks so far from Portello this evening. Plays shortstop for Schaumburg. And the wind and the pitch. First pitch again is popped up. This is on the infield, right side, second baseman Alan Ford calling for it, and he has it. 2 fast outs for Portela. And McGarry's 0 for 2. So that's what Portela would like, a quick third inning after his team, or his offense, got 3 runs for him in the top of the frame. Keep the momentum on the Evansville side.
And wouldn't that be something for Portela to have a quick inning to force Dean, we would assume, maybe to go back out there after that long inning?
Yeah, I would think the lefty would go back out there. They probably want him to try to somehow get through 5, but that might be stretching it.
I mean, barely giving him enough time to breathe in the dugout.
The batter is Quincy Neaporti, the DH. Check swing, pitch inside, ball 1. And the next. A pop-up in foul territory. Will there be a play for the catcher? No, it gets several rows into the stands. Have you ever been to Schaumburg, Preston?
I am not.
Looks like a cool little ballpark on our video feed here. We talked earlier back in 2016. Jordan made that trip.
Yeah, I mean, it looks nice. I mean, they have the 2 hills down, the hill down each line for the kids to go hang out and run around on. I do know they have some indoor seating suites. I know they've hosted the league meetings, the fall league meetings a few times. As some of the front office members make that trip for those, because of my schedule with the University of Evansville and some of the USI athletic events, stay back in Evansville to work those. I get caught up later on the little tidbits they gather from those meetings.
A 1-2 offering for Neaporti. Bases empty, 2 outs in the 3rd. And a pop-up behind home plate and foul. Well, I have more good news for you. Joliet just tied the game up 3-all in the 4th with Florence.
And that's at Joliet, right? So just a few minutes down the road from this game.
A 3-run 4th inning for the Slammers. They're still batting.
Of course, I guess that's more on the south side of Chicago, whereas Schaumburg more toward the north.
Here's the 1-2. Live ball down the right field line. So there's, 3 teams around Chicago in the Frontier League?
Correct, yeah. You got Schaumburg, Joliet, and then Windy City. Windy City being in Crestwood, Illinois, which is also toward the south side. So for them this year, where most of the schedule has been, primarily staying in the Midwestern Conference and the Central Division, not too many long trips for any of those teams. A lot of commuter trips.
Here's a ground ball down the third base line, and looked like it might have hit off the third base bag and bounced away, or it clipped off the third baseman's glove of Mattis. And I think it hit off that bag, and the camera angle was late getting there. So it hopped off the bag, and a tough break, which could have been out number 3. Instead, it's a 2-out single for Neaporti, and the inning continues.
It looked like it took a ricochet bounce high into the air and toward foul territory.
So a chance for Braxton Davidson to bat in the 3rd. He had an RBI single down the right field line, his first trip to the dish. Playing in his 23rd game with Schaumburg, it was his 24th RBI. Portela from the belt, kicks and pitches, and a ground ball foul. Schaumburg scored in the 1st. Otters scored 3 in the top of the 3rd. It's 3-1 Otters, home half of the 3rd.
And Davidson was was acquiring a trade at the beginning of August from the Joliet Slammer. So how about that? You get the news. Hey, you've been traded. Oh, you're just going, about a half hour or so north of us.
There's a strike, nothing in 2.
It's not like Major Leagues. Hey, you've been traded. Get your bags and catch a flight.
Well, the biggest thing with those trades, I know it's somewhat different than Frontier League because you have host families, but you wonder these guys that have an apartment or place you get traded. That's a headache. So if you're in the Chicago area, you can just stay where you're at and make a longer commute, maybe.
Catch the train a little bit early if that's your form of transportation.
The 0-2, ooh, that is just a bit inside. Portello thought he had strike 3. Instead, it's a 1-2 count on Davidson.
It has to be tough for some batters going against Portela because not only, obviously, like I said, a sneaky fastball, but he has both a slider and a curveball. So you really have to pay attention to the ball out of the hand as best you can to see if you can pick up the kind of spin that it has.
The 1-2 offering, setting up inside again, and that's where it's at. Counts even, 2-2. Porty off of first base, and a pickoff attempt over there.
I think it'd be really cool if we could somehow find a way to put a burn out there in Bossy Field. I mean, those kids look like they're just having a ball just playing on a grassy hill.
2-2 pitch, low in the dirt, counts full 3-2. So Porty off with his next pitch from first base. You got the party deck out there in right center. Maybe do like a berm on each side. I don't know if you can't really do a berm in center field per se, but
it's tough because one, I mean, you already got the pavement toward the corners with the picnic areas, and you have the party deck. And not only that, but also the fence. The outfield fence is already pretty high, so we'd have to adjust that. So definitely require an infrastructure rebuild of some kind.
3-2 pitch at Davidson is outside, ball 4, and that is the second walk allowed by Portela. And what looked like an easy third inning after a pop out to Dawson. First pitch, McGarry popped out to second. Then an infield single from Porty. A walk to Davidson, and the Boomers with some 2-out magic here, 2 on for Clint Hardy, the right fielder. Hardy struck out looking in the first, and he did not like the call from the home plate umpire. Has 40 RBIs on the season, and the pitch from Portela is inside, ball 1. Some big college football games going on tonight. Scrolling through that scoreboard. There's a swing and a foul. The biggest game is number 5 Georgia, number 3 Clemson. They are late first quarter, no score. Some fans listening may be of interest. Purdue fans, the Boilermakers in action as well. They're home against Oregon State, early second quarter, tied 7 apiece. Not being a huge college football fan, I do enjoy throughout the entire day having something to follow, always checking scores, seeing what's going on.
I've enjoyed, especially, obviously, I guess technically being week 1, as we had the whole week 0 conversation a couple weeks ago. I mean, I've liked that college football has taken the initiative to create some good matchups for week 1. I mean, with, top ranked teams, because I'm, not even, 6 years ago, week 1 really just like a lot of non-conference, didn't even mean a lot of, I mean, you want to create some excitement and some buzz when you're going into your season, and that's the way to do it.
Here's the 1-2 offering to Hardy, 2 on, 2 out. And he jammed him, fouled off first base side. Yeah, it used to be that first week, I mean, really all the games were dreadful. They were blowouts. Second week, you'd start to pick up some matchups, and then really get going kind of in week 3. But I guess I also understand the side of your bigger name teams. Maybe you want an easy game to kind of get loose and get back into game shape. But yeah, I think it's better having these bigger matchups in week 1. 1-2 pitch is a pop-up. It is on the right side of the field. Drifting out into shallow right field, the second baseman Allen makes the catch about 10 to 15 feet beyond the infield dirt, and the Boomers strand 2. After 3, it's Evansville 3, Schaumburg 1 on the Otters YouTube channel.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Top of the 4th inning, Evansville 3, Schaumburg 1 with Preston Linebach. I'm Jevin Revin. This is the Otters YouTube channel. Andrew Dean is back out there for the 4th inning. Had a rough third. 8 men came to the plate. Otters banged out 5 hits and scored 3 runs. They did leave 2 guys on the bases, so it'll be 8-9 and 1 up. Justin Felix, Andrew Penner, and Gary Mattis. Let's just start this inning off with even more good news. It's now 7-3 Joliet over Florence, top of the 5th. A 7-run 4th for the Slammers. It was 3-3 and all of a sudden 7-3, so I'm going to see how they for those other 4. And yes, it was a grand slammer for the Slammers.
And who was the pitcher for Florence?
I'll hit the right button, I can tell you. There we go. So Florence, Valentino. Valentino is through 4 innings, 7 runs, 8 hits, 3 walks, 1 strikeout.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of a off year for him compared to 2019.
And for Joliet, Walker is pitching. 1-0 pitch here to Felix, swing and a miss, counts even 1-1. He struck out, ending the 2nd.
Of course, I don't know if there's other Monday games besides the Otters and Boomers, but Walker perhaps could factor into the back end may on Thursday.
A 1-1 pitch for Felix is over but low. 2 balls and a strike. Be a tough name for a pitcher, Walker. Of course, Homer Bailey. Trying to think of all the bad pitchers.
Yeah.
There was a ball 4 guy for Oakland.
Yeah, was it? Is his first name Grant Ball 4?
Here's a swing and a foul by Felix. Counts even 2-2, leading off the top of the 4th. Andrew Dean, pitch number 80 of the night, is upstairs, and the count's full 3-2. Walked a pair of guys in the 2nd, but nobody scored in that frame.
Mentioned earlier about Felix having the big home run last night as well as the triple, 5 RBIs. Smashed a single game high this season for the Otters.
3-2 pitch is a fly ball deep into left. Dawson on the move near the line, and he makes a sliding catch in foul territory. Good play by Dawson, and Felix has retired 1 out.
And as earlier this season, J.R. Davis had a 5 RBI game.
So with 1 out, Penner comes to the plate. Penner got that rally started in the third with a double, slashed it down the right field line. That is singled. And then he came in on that 2-run single by Baez. Ground ball to the right side, and this is a foul ball. Almost found a hole down the right field line once again. Oh, it was a fair ball. Racing into second base, sliding in safely is Penner with a 1-out double. With how everyone was reacting, I thought it was a foul ball. Well, the camera angles aren't the best at Schaumburg. They do a good job of getting to the action, but just with where the cameras are at, it's kind of an awkward angle. And judging by everyone's reaction, looked like it was a foul ball, but no, it's actually a fair ball inside the first base bag, and Penner has himself his second double tonight.
Be neglectful to say that Crane also he had some big RBI nights earlier this season, so.
With 1 out, the batter is Mattis, and per usual, he attacks the first pitch, pops it up into shallow right field. Nobody sees it, and the ball falls in. Nobody was even close to it. Penner around third. The throw to the plate is not in time, and never giving up on the play was Mattis, hustling all the way. He has an RBI triple because both the second baseman and right fielder lost the baseball.
You right away, something was off when you saw Gums looking up with, of course, kind of the shrug look with his hands up in the air, like, I don't see it. So you think, okay, well, maybe it's not that far off. The right fielder will come in, back him up, make play. No, it was even way further back than that. The right fielder was coming in. It's just way back toward the warning track.
Yeah, I mean, I was waiting for the ball to drop in front of the right fielder, but it was behind him. How did 2 guys lose it like that? Wow. Well, Evansville gets a break. They lead 4-1 now as Penner scores. Mattis gets a gift RBI triple. It is his second triple of the season and RBI number 18.
And now, even though you said, not, hustling all the way, not giving up on it, I'm just curious, even a little bit, because I feel like with his speed on as far back as that ball was, maybe he would have had an inside the park home run if he.
Yeah. Well, I think he would have if that ball rolls a little bit, but it kind of stuck in the grass.
It did die, yep.
Yeah. If I had to make a prediction, who's the next Otters player to get an inside the park home run, I'm going with Mattis with his speed. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Allen, a breaking ball. That's inside, 2-1 to Josh, who's had a rough go of it in the series. Struck out 3 times last night, and he struck out both times at the dish here this evening. Infield plays in for Schaumburg with Mattis at third base and 1 out. 4-1 Evansville leads top of the 4th. And from the stretch position, Dean kicks and pitches. A pop-up. It's in foul territory. First base side. Catcher gives chase near the dugout, and it slams into the seats for a souvenir. Umbrella's still out, so I think there's still a light drizzle at the ballpark. We've had some wet conditions. And a youngster got that foul ball.
Which explains why that ball just kind of died when it dropped in. It's kind of like taking out the pitching wedge and hitting it onto a soft green.
A little mushy. Two on Allen. Put the ball in play and get another run home here for Evansville. Check swing. Did he go? First base umpire says he went around. So that's 2 outs, and Allen has now struck out for the 3rd time tonight and the 6th time here in the series. Of course, you don't expect that to last too much longer. Everyone goes through those streaks, but very uncharacteristic for Allen. Well, here's Baez, and they're just going to put him on. That's probably a wise choice. Baez had the 2-run single his last time up, and he has just been clobbering the Frontier League pitching since the arrival at Evansville. And they'll set up the lefty-on-lefty matchup with Riley Crane, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. Crane has walked. He's also bounced out to 2nd as the catcher for Schaumburg, Nick Odo, goes through the signs for this 1st and 3rd situation of what they'll do if Baez takes off towards 2nd, which I would guess Andy probably will instruct him to do with the good speed of Baez in the situation, maybe trying to force the issue in a 4-1 lead. See if Schaumburg makes a miscue if they throw through. The pitch is outside, ball one, a fastball from Dean. And right on cue, there goes Baez a second, no throw.
Which makes me wonder, obviously, with Crane up, probably the shift is on. First baseman probably not even covering.
The 1-0 to Crane. Breaking ball is bounced back to the pitcher. Gloved by Dean, underhand tossed, and the move pays off. The intentional pass to Baez, and Dean gets Crane stranding 2 runners on. But the Otters pick up another tally RBI triple from Gary Mattis. Home half the fourth, Evansville in front of Schaumburg, 4-1 on the Otters YouTube channel.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Schaumburg bats in the fourth inning. The Otters are in front, 4-1. Olo Portela will have his 6, 7, and 8 batters up for the Boomers, starting with Luke Becker. Their third baseman, who bounced out to second base his first time up. Portela from the wind, and he delivers. Pitch high, ball one. Portela gave up a run in the first inning, then he stranded a 2-out single in the second. Had a single and a walk in the third and left those 2 guys on. The 1-0 to Becker is slap foul, third base side, counts even 1-1. I've only seen Portela pitch a few times, but I've just now recognized it with how he throws. He always have that kind of exaggerated leg kick after the follow through. Preston nods yes. The 1-1 to Becker. Swinging a foul back. It's almost like, I mean, if I just watched a guy pitch for the first time, I think, well, he's really trying to overthrow or overpower this batter. But if that's his motion every time, then that's just what he does. I was just curious if tonight he was trying to put a few extra miles per hour on his pitches.
Yeah, because it's not really, as you said, kind of emphatic until after the fact.
There's a ground ball. The right side, and Allen makes the play. That's the first down, and Becker both times is out via Josh Allen.
So it's not like he's trying to ramp up the energy before he releases the ball. It's after the fact.
You know, the motion reminds me of like a reliever or even a starter. If you're in the bullpen and you're trying to get loose in a hurry, where you're not really on the mound, but you're just throwing, and see them kind of with the exaggerated follow through with the late kick. Well, it's worked for Portela this year because he's come in with a 9-2 record, an ERA just above 3, and so far 1 run tonight with 1 out in the fourth inning. Here's a pitch to Gums, a breaking ball, strike on the outside corner.
I'm trying to, think of somebody to compare it to. Did Carlos Zambrano kind of do something like that almost? Back when he obviously pitched for the Cubs often than not when we saw him here in the local market.
I have the perfect guy to compare to.
Okay.
Now, he did this because he worked out the stretch as a reliever, but a little bit like a Jason Mott.
Yeah?
Especially when Mott was warming up. I mean, he would bring that right leg through and kind of pump it. Zambrano a little bit. I think in certain situations, Carlos he did a lot of things depending on what his mood was. Still remember him snapping the bat over his leg.
Yeah, because I remember Mott, he would have that, and then he'd meet Yachty or Molina about halfway up toward home plate to get the ball back.
Yeah.
He was always amped up.
Yeah, he was like he had ants in his pants. There's the 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strikeout number 2 against Gums and for Portela in the game. That is his 4th strikeout, 2 fast outs in the 4th. I think I remember when Mott was pitching with the Cardinals, Danny TV was explaining on the broadcast, like when Mott first started the pitch, he didn't realize he did all that stuff. And then his girlfriend or wife at the time, you're really answering the mound. He's like, no, I'm not. Like, well, watch this video. And, Mott didn't realize, in game mode, didn't realize what he was doing. He had a good career as a reliever. So 2 outs, and here is Milazzo. And the pitch is inside ball 1. He was on the mound when the Cardinals got the final out in 2011, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Milazzo had an infield bunt single back in the 2nd. One of the 4 Boomers hits tonight so far. Portela trying to work his first 1-2-3 inning, and here he bunts it up the third base line. This is a foul ball. Count is even.
Yeah, in fact, that year I guess that was my 2nd year in high school, and for one of my art requirements in drawing class, wanted to take like a real life photo and make it into like a caricature drawing. So I found a photo online of when him and Yachty were about to embrace after the final out, and that was when I drew my character drawing of.
The breaking ball to Milazzo 1-2. Sports has a way of reminding us of where we're at certain times during our lives, and the last 2 games of the World Series in 2011 with the Cardinals and Rangers. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Milazzo, and it's a fly ball in the air to left center field, sinking quickly. Nobody will get there. Drops in no man's land, kind of that Bermuda Triangle. DeJesus, the shortstop, ends up picking it up, but it's a 2-out single for Milazzo. He's 2 for 2. Anyways, Game 6, it was on a Thursday night. I was a junior in high school, so I think you're younger than me, so you were a sophomore. And I was taking a pre-calculus trig class at the time, was doing homework, and then got a quiz the next day. I was so frustrated doing the homework because the Cardinals were down that entire night, and eventually just put homework up, and the Cardinals started the rally, came back and won. Well, that game didn't go over till almost midnight. Well, the next day, I had to wake up at like 5 or 5:30 because it was in October. We had started our conditioning for basketball. Had to run like the time mile at 5:30 in the morning, then take the trig calculus quiz. And by Friday night for Game 7, I fell asleep at like 5 o'clock in the evening. Almost missed first pitch of Game 7 of the World Series. That's how tired I was. You know how big of a Cardinal fan I am. Almost missed or wouldn't have missed the whole game. Almost missed the first pitch, yeah. But that's like one of those moments in my life I'll never forget. It was a fun run.
My parents, they stayed up to watch Game 6, which normally they go to bed pretty early because they get up early for their jobs. But even for that, they were staying up. Especially when I started making a little bit more noise when the rally started.
I think I was in the basement. I think my parents were in bed during Game 6. They dozed off. And they're big Cardinal fans too, but you just doze off, whatever.
The World Series games last forever.
Yes,
go late into
they
the night.
do. And they don't start till 7:30 anyways. But I didn't care if I made noise and woke them up on that night. I didn't care one bit.
I didn't care either.
No.
I was the same way.
If you want to be mad at me, that's fine. I'll live with it. 0-1 pitch. Oh, he tied up Odo on a pitch down and inside. Quickly 2 strikes on him. 4-1 Evansville, bottom of the 4th inning, and Schaumburg a guy at first base with 2 outs.
Yeah, I've probably woken up my parents with particular sport games a few times. Cardinals, probably, Blues a few times, Colts, whatever it may be.
Yeah. Yeah, the Blues in 2019 with their Stanley Cup run. Watch Game 7 at Doc's Sports Bar here in town with a few friends.
I already have it marked on my calendar. I believe in April they're facing Boston this coming season, giving away a replica championship Stanley Cup ring. Hopefully, I can make my way over and may obtain one of those.
2-strike pitch to Odo, their catcher, and a ground ball pulled foul. Yeah, hockey is one of those sports. You're a bigger hockey fan than I am. I just casually follow the Blues throughout the year. I always know kind of where they're at in the standings, and if it's the 3rd period of a game, I might watch it, but I'm not sitting down to watch the 1st period of a regular season game. But anyways, come playoffs, I normally watch every playoff match, and 2019 I was locked in from game 1, and it was a fun run. but I've only been to a couple of hockey matches in person. I really enjoyed it. The 0-2 pitch to Odo. The runner goes, swing and a miss. That's a strikeout, 2 Ks in the inning for Portela, and he strands a 2-out single at first base. We'll continue our hockey chat in the 5th. It's 4-1 Evansville after 4 on the Otters YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Top of the 5th inning, and Evansville is in front of Schaumburg, 4-1. Line score this evening for the Otters, it is 4 runs on 7 hits, no errors for Schaumburg, 1 run on. And the Blues playoff runs, but I've gone to a couple of matches in person. McNamee fouls it back to the screen 1 and 2. I think I've been to 2 Blues regular season games and a playoff game. But I don't really know much about hockey, but it is one of my favorite sports to go to in person. It's definitely one of those sports where it's better when you're there.
It's better when you're there, when you got the crowd, the environment is just, yeah.
Well, and this is the way with any sport, but I feel like in hockey, it's almost like a concert too. There's so much other stuff going on besides just the hockey match. McNamee grounds it to third. Charging is the third baseman Becker. On the run, throws low, but it's picked out by the first baseman Davidson. 5-3 on the putout, and McNamee's 1 for 3.
Of course, Bree and I both this year, our good friend and former boss, Jacob Lutz, now working in Nashville with the Predators and Bridgestone Arena. So, Jacob, I know you're probably too busy tonight with other events, but if you were listening, you know who to call if you have some extra tickets available.
He did say he would help us out if we needed to go down there for a game, maybe get a tour. Here's a curveball to Davis, strike called. I was supposed to go to a Blues game late March of 2020, about 2 or 3 weeks after the pandemic hit and everything was canceled. Well, I got my tickets through StubHub, and I was going to take my parents because my dad's been to a Blues game before, but my mom hasn't. So I'm like, well, let's go over. I think you guys enjoy the atmosphere. So I bought 3 tickets, and I think I bought them around Christmas. Now the ground ball, the third base line, tough play, and it goes under the glove. The third baseman Becker, safe at first base is Davis. I would think they give that a single because it was kind of a do or die play for Becker. And that's Davis. His second hit tonight. He's on base for the third time. We'll make sure that's what they rule it, but 1 on and 1 out. But anyway, so I got those tickets and they got wiped away. Well, StubHub, they don't do like cash back. Oh, you get your money back. I don't remember what all 3 tickets cost. Let's say it was right around $200 for all 3 tickets. Well, they give you 120% refund, so you get some cash back, but you have to use that money through StubHub by a certain date. Well, it was through the end of 2021. I logged into my StubHub account about 2 months ago. I was going to maybe use that money for a Colts game or something. The cash is gone. Like, I don't have my refund anymore. So I thought, well, I'll call StubHub. So I called StubHub, and with everything going on, the minimum wait time is 4 hours. So I think I just lost probably a couple $100.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I've searched my emails because I had it. It was in my like StubHub wallet, little tab.
So it was like a credit that you had available?
Yeah, credit that I had to use through by 2021, the end of the year. So I was going to maybe the Colts game, and so I'm out $200.
Jeez, that's...
And you know, I mean, I could call StubHub, but when am I going to have 4 hours to wait on the line? Unless there's a day I'm home and I just leave my phone and let it go. But yeah. A little bit frustrating, but also I look at it too as, you know, if the game happened, we would have already went and spent that money anyways, so it's not a huge deal. I was going to spend that money anyways. I just didn't get to go to the game.
I mean, you get the entertainment though for the value.
Yeah, that's okay. But I view that differently than like, oh, hey, I bought something for $200 that's going to be in my apartment or house, and now I don't have it. I don't know. I'm not too upset about it, but it's a bummer, yeah. I'm going to try to go over to St. Louis for a Blues game this year. Would imagine the one against Boston's probably fairly pricey. Blues tickets are fairly expensive in general now that they won the title in 2019. Yeah. They're normally competitive.
I'm excited to see because St. Louis is, you know, as you well know, a good sports town, and I mean, even for the brief 2 months that they had the Battlehawks in the XFL, the fans rallied behind that. Yeah. They had like the top attendance in the XFL.
Yeah, they're drawing 20+ thousand.
But here in a couple of years, they'll have an MLS team, so I'm kind of curious with the brand new stadium. I'm curious to see how the turnout will be for that.
Here's a bunt attempt by DeJesus, placed well up the third baseline, and nobody can get to it in time. Back-to-back infield singles for Davis and DeJesus, and the Otters have 2 on with 1 out.
I'll just finish out saying and I know like soccer is not the most popular sport, you know, nationwide, but St. Louis is kind of a hotbed for soccer, so I feel like it would be a good turnout for them. But I know they have the big St. Louis Gallagher Metro program over there, so.
Yeah, I think with the Rams leaving St. Louis kind of brought the Blues and Cardinals maybe closer. They always supported each other, of course, but they came even closer together, kind of stick it to the Rams ownership that moved them to LA.
And you love to see that, with just not just in, you know, talking about St. Louis here as an example, but when you have multiple teams in the same market, you love to see the teams kind of rally together, especially in different sports. I get maybe like the Clippers and the Lakers don't want to be best friends.
Sure.
But
sure. First pitch to Felix is popped up foul into the seat, strike 1. Felix has struck out. He's also popped out to left in foul territory. 2 on, 1 out in the 5th. Now, I know you went to Busch Stadium for one of the Blues games. Was that Game 7 you went?
Yeah, it was the Game 7 watch party. Yep.
I'm sure that was just like being at a Blues game.
Pretty much.
Atmosphere-wise.
Yeah, I mean, and besides the fact that they had the Cardinals game on one Jumbotron, the Blues at the other, so it was like a perfect environment, even through the rain.
There's the 1-strike pitch to Felix. Way outside, 1-1. This lefty Dean's now at 104 pitches.
And it just worked out where that day the Otters had their summer day camp day game. So that we were actually at home that day. Had the early start time. Thankfully, a fairly quick pace. Myself, my broadcast intern, and a couple of the other staffers hopped in a car and we headed on over.
Here's the 1-1 to Felix. A big swing and a miss. Came up empty, 1-2.
And quickly went to the nearest establishment to find the Chippy Chip merchandise and apparel right afterwards.
So they have I'm assuming they had music through the speakers at Busch Stadium like normal, and they had the organ going and stuff?
Yep. You heard Gloria playing? I mean...
Now, did it kind of rain that night, too?
It did.
Yeah, light drizzle.
At one point, it came down pretty well.
The 1-2 pitch in the dirt gets away from the catcher Odo into the backstop. That's a wild pitch. Both runners move up. Davis to third and DeJesus to second.
Yeah, but obviously that night with the rain, I don't think not many there cared. Especially by the time they start playing country roads. Yeah, nobody cares.
Did anybody really care about the Cardinals game they were showing that night either?
No, because I believe they were playing down in Miami. So
yeah. I'm sure some of the Cardinals were probably watching the Blues game too that night. Waino and Yachty. 2-2 pitch to Felix, second and third with one out. He is a strikeout hitter, and he fouls it back to the screen. Felix batting just 144 at the start of the play. Strikeout prone is what I was looking to say. Dean looks in, has a sign he wants from his catcher Odo. From the set position, the 2-2 pitch. As a fly ball into right. Right fielder moves back near the track, puts up the glove and makes the catch shy of the wall, plenty deep enough to score the runner from third, Davis. DeJesus also tags from second, going to third. An RBI for Felix, his 14th of the season. Otters tack on, it's 5-1.
initially I thought that was going to be a play where there was going to be collision at the wall, but then I realized once I got my perception in line that there toward the corner, the wall actually kind of juts further back there in Schaumburg. Like it's rounded across, and then all of a sudden, as it gets closer to the foul pole, it kind of juts back and goes a little bit further deep.
So the batter now is Andrew Penner. He's 2 for 2, a pair of doubles, pretty well identical doubles down the right field line. And he takes a curve for ball one. The next foul ball evens the count.
Penner has such an inside-out swing that a lot of the hits he has are to the opposite side.
I agree. I won't tell you what Bill said on there about a week and a half ago. I'll tell you this pitch, the 1-1. Pitch is high 2-1. I mentioned the same thing you said. He does have an inside-out swing. Bill said, nope, he just swings late. Like, well, that's kind of an inside-out swing. That's the purpose of it. I mean,
yeah.
Trying to really hit inside the baseball. Here's a 2-1 pitch to Penner. Fouled back to the screen, 2-2.
I guess we're just not as blunt about it as Bill. I don't think anybody's as blunt about anything as Bill.
I mean, I guess both sides are right. I mean, he does swing later because you're not pulling the ball, but I don't think it's necessarily swinging later because of a talent reason. It's just that's his approach. And if it works, it works. He's hitting 260, and he's got 2 hits tonight. Trying to drive home that run from third base with 2 away, and timeout is called. The next, that's low in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher, but not far enough. Thought it kind of squirted through his legs, but just went a couple of steps to his left as Jesus stays at third base, and the count's full. Payoff pitch, a foul ball. So Dean's at 114 pitches, and again, trying to get him through this 5th inning. He'll have the playoffs, but as far as the regular season, maybe 1 or 2 more starts for this lefty. You're getting toward the end of the year. Guys can be stretched out. Not really much to save him for. You're not trying to pace him along the season anymore. We're in September. The 3-2 to Penner. Jandy, it's fouled off.
Yeah, I was kind of looking ahead a little bit about how the rotation for Evansville would line up based on, the playoffs, because normally you want your best guys ready for the beginning of the playoffs. And with Scott going last night, he would line up to go, if they stick to the normal rotation, on Wednesday like Portela tonight would go Thursday, which means they wouldn't pitch next week, and which means those are probably your game 1 and 2 starters for the playoffs next week. If once the Otters, hopefully clinch their berth into it.
Penner takes a breaking ball, called strike 3, and Evansville strands a guy at third, but they pick up another tally. And thanks to the RBI sacrifice fly from Justin Felix, Evansville now leads 5-1, halfway home on the Otters YouTube channel.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
It's atop the order for Schaumburg as they bat in the 5th inning. Chase Dawson digs in, now a 5-1 Evansville lead. Polo Portela at 79 pitches. Faces Dawson for a 3rd time tonight. He's popped out to the catcher and also walked and scored. He takes in there for a strike. Preston, we were talking before the break, setting up the rotation for the playoffs. If Evansville is fortunate enough to make the playoffs, they're in a good position here in the final week, but it really could come down to when does Evansville clinch. Foul ball back to the screen, 0-2. If they're able to clinch, let's say somehow on a Thursday or even Friday, and then your final 2 or 3 games theoretically don't mean anything, you could maybe skip a guy or pitch a guy just 2 innings if you prefer him to start game 1 or game 2.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You can kind of plan out the strategy of the innings, make a spot start with a bullpen kind of staff game, which we already know that Jacob Bowles has shown the ability to eat up some innings in relief, long relief, so therefore may have the confidence to throw him to start, maybe go 4 or 5 innings.
Well, and not only has Bowles been able to eat some innings, he's pitched well of late.
Yeah, his last few starts, really good, limiting, the opposing offense. Again, not a high strikeout guy, but he has kind of racked up some strikeouts in the last couple appearances, but I think most importantly, like I said, only 1 run. And not walking anybody, not giving away the free passes either. And he pitches well to his defense, pitching to contact.
2 strikes on Dawson. He's fouled off a couple of pitches from Portela. And now the 0-2, another foul ball.
So I think the situation Evansville would love to avoid would be they can't, like I said, theoretically right now, if things stay the same, Scott on Wednesday, Portela on Thursday. If you can't get the job done then, and it goes into, let's say, the Saturday or Sunday game of next weekend, especially, let's say, like Sunday, do you bring out a guy like Portela or Scott on short rest to try to get the job done and clinch it on the last day if it comes down to it?
High and outside to Dawson, 1-2. Evansville starts play game and half up on Florence. Evansville leading 5-1 here in this game, and Florence trailing Joliet top of the 7th, 7-4. The 1-2 pitch. Fly ball hit out toward right field. On the move is McNamee looking up near the wall, and this ball is gone. A solo home run for Chase Dawson. It just crept over that right field wall. It's his 10th home run of the season. He has scored both of the Boomers' runs tonight. It's 5-2. Well, the good news is it was just a solo home run. Solo home runs normally don't beat you. That's how this 5th inning starts for the Boomers.
Getting a home run nonetheless from your leadoff guy.
Lined in the pitch. It's popped up off the bat of McGarry and foul. He's 0 for 2, a strikeout, and he's also flew out to shallow right field where Josh Allen made the catch.
I guess, like you said, Bryside's only a solo home run from the top of the order. He didn't get on base. May set up a situation for a multi-home run possibility when Neoporte steps up or Davidson.
The 1-strike pitch to McGarry is way outside, a ball and a strike. Nobody on, nobody out here in the 5th inning. 5-2 Evansville. The 1-1. Line shot foul. Way out in front of that breaking ball was McGarry. And behind the count, 1-2. Looks like Purdue's up on Oregon State, 13-7, late second quarter.
Which is, I guess it'd be next year when Purdue gets their new, or one of their new quarterbacks here from local talent, Brady Allen from Gibson Southern.
Of course, Brady Allen putting up big numbers through 3 weeks for the high school football season. Titans are 3-0. Last night, they were up 42-0 after the first quarter against Washington. Ended up being like 69-7, but could have been however many points they wanted to score.
I believe our buddy Cole Carter was on that call, so I wonder how he filled the time.
Well, thankfully for him, the second half was pretty much a running clock.
Yeah, that's true. That I do like that rule that they've added with the running clock in high school football.
So he probably had a quick night. The 1-2, swing and a miss. Good bounce back by Portella after giving up a leadoff solo shot. He gets McGarry to strike out for the second time tonight, 1 away. But the other big football game tonight, number 5, Georgia leads number 3, Clemson, 7-0 with about a minute left in the second quarter. I think that game is being played on a neutral site in Charlotte, I believe.
I believe that's where the game day crew was this morning.
That was fun to wake up to this morning, have that on the TV. Then I guess maybe some interest with Illini football. Illinois is playing host to UTSA this evening. And UTSA has a 17-14 lead on Illinois late second quarter. Illinois beat Nebraska in week 0. West Coast game just underway. 16th ranked LSU and UCLA no score middle of the first quarter. Here's the 1-0 pitch to Neoporte, and he hits it foul first base side, 1-1. Neoporte is 1 for 2. Now the 1-1. That skips in the dirt, 2-1. Well, before play tonight, I was thinking, with the start time is 6 o'clock, we'll maybe be able to catch some of the finishes of those games, but this game is not necessarily moving on at a swift pace. We're at over 2 hours and not even through 5 innings. The 2-1 pitch. There's a fly ball in the air toward center field. In comes Baez, and he makes the catch. That's the second out. So after the home run, 2 outs, and it's Braxton Davidson. Portella's at 97 pitches, so let's say he gets Davidson. Is there a chance he goes out for the 6th, or is this probably enough for him? What do you think?
I think I would at least let him start the 6th, yeah.
I know they're not shy about, having guys start an inning after 100 pitches. But normally if a guy would reach base, then they would take him out.
Because that way, you give him the chance, the confidence to go out there. And if he gets through it, then you're set up perfectly for your bullpen with those last 3 innings then.
He's given up 2 runs so far through 4 2/3, and he has yet to have a 1-2-3 inning. Boomers have stranded a runner in every frame, one in the first, second, two in the third, and one more in the fourth. Base is empty, 2 outs, and the 1-0 pitch to Davidson. Jammed him. It's bounced softly to the right side. Charging as a shortstop, a barehanded attempt, and no play. It's an infield single for Davidson. Tough break there for Portela. As the Otters had the shift on, Allen was playing out toward a shallow right field. De Jesus, who was on the right side of second base, had to charge in the second base area. And the barehanded attempt, he could not scoop it up. And I think it's a broken bat infield single for Davidson. So as John Rooney would say, that bat had one more hit left in it.
If Portela can get through the 6th, then you can go through Spring and Gallardo and then Sawyer on the back end, which seem to be the 3 main guys. Which we've seen how at the major league level the last few years for some of the championship teams, having that bullpen to bridge the gap to your closer, and basically shorten the game, sometimes can be successful. And with last night being a long outing by Scott, a high-scoring game, you didn't have to use Sawyer, so he got a night of rest after he pitched in back-to-back 9th innings on a Wednesday, Thursday.
First pitch fouled off by Hardy, 0-1. And the 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 2 strikes on Hardy, who is 0 for 2, a strikeout, and he has popped out to second. 5-2 Evansville. Boomers batting in the 5th with 2 outs. And the 2-strike offering. Slider, away, 1-2.
And even though you mentioned earlier, Miners Gateway postponed, and even though they face each other again next weekend, different venue, so I'd assume they would try to play 2 tomorrow, while you still have the chance to play at the same venue before being forced to change it up.
There's a pop-up on the infield. First baseman calling for it. Riley Crane makes the catch, and they strand Davidson at first base. Boomers do get a run, a solo shot from Chase Dawson, his 10th home run of the season after 5. It's Evansville 5, Schaumburg 2 on the Otters YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
This game moves to the top of the 6th inning, and Evansville is in front 5-2. Otters have about hit the Boomers 9-6. Neither side has committed an error this evening. We have our first pitching change. The night is over for Andrew Dean. The Boomers starter goes 5. And they bring on Isaiah Rivera. He's a right-hander, wears the number 10. Rivera on the season, he has worked 50 1/3 innings. Has a 4.65 ERA, and he struck out 51 batters over those 50 1/3. First pitch is a ball. the leadoff hitter here in the 6th inning, and also leadoff man in the order, Gary Mattis. 2 for 3 tonight, RBI triple. He's also singled and scored and bounced back to the pitcher. The 1-0 pitch is hit foul, third base line. A ball and a strike. So the final line for Andrew Dean, who is in line for the loss, if nothing changes, it would be his 10th loss of the season. He would drop to 4-10. But Dean went 5 innings, 9 hits, 5 runs. They all were earned, 2 walks and 6 strikeouts. The 1-1, a breaking ball inside, and it's 2-1 on Mr. Gary Mattis. Mattis had that RBI triple his last time up. It was a goofy triple. The 2-1 is to the backstop high, 3-1. The fly ball to right, and initially we thought it was shallow right, where the second baseman was going to make the catch, but he signaled right away, Angelo Gums, that he didn't see it, and the right fielder Hardy didn't see it as well. He came charging in, and the ball ended up landing behind the right fielder. And Mattis, who was hustling all the way, got a triple, and Mattis just walked and slung his bat toward the Otters dugout. Kind of got a stare down from the home plate umpire. I'm not sure what that was about, but Mattis on base for the 3rd time. It's a leadoff walk. So Rivera comes in and walks the first guy he sees. And here's Josh Allen trying to figure it out. He struck out 3 times tonight. He's 0 for 3. And he struck out 3 times last night. First pitch to him is a swing and a miss. By the way, they're in the bottom of the 7th. Joliet 7, Florence 4. Final score from the Frontier League, Washington beat Sussex County again 7-3, so the Wild Things gain another game on Sussex County. They're in the 9th, and New Jersey leads Quebec 5-2.
And they just picked off Mattis at first.
They sure did, as I was reading the scoreboard. So pick off 1-3.
How about that? So the right-hander with, normally you don't see too many pickoffs with a right-hander on the mound. But yet you do know that Mattis loves to get a good secondary lead, so.
Foul back to the screen, 0-2. I still enjoy. I'm 27 years old, but I laugh every time with a foul ball where a guy flinches behind the net. And it was funny this time because he was having just a casual conversation with one of his friends and just jumped mid-conversation. Of course, now his buddy giving him a hard time. Anyways, 2 strikes on Allen with 1 out, nobody on top of the 6th, and the wind and the pitch. Up and away, 1-2. They're in the top of the 6th inning at Lake Erie. Windy City leads Lake Erie 3-2. New York on top of Tri-City at home 9-5, top of the 8th. Breaking ball, and it clips Allen on the shoulder.
That makes you think of, I guess it's been a few years now when at a Houston Astros game, I think it was James Harden and Russell Westbrook were there, sitting front row behind the backstop, and there was a foul ball back to him, and they had just like the most delayed reaction to it for who knows what exact reason, but.
So it was James Harden, Russell Westbrook?
I believe that's who it was, yeah.
Here is the pitch to Baez and a breaking ball called strike, 0-1. Baez tonight intentionally walked his last time up, a 2-run single in the 3rd. And he flew out to deep center field in the 1st, nearly had a home run. Pickoff attempt, and this time Allen is back in safely. So I Googled James Harden, Russell Westbrook foul ball or flinching foul ball, and here it is. Down the page a little bit. Curveball in the dirt, check swing, and Baez went too far. 2 strikes on him. and the ball really wasn't all that close to him.
No. So, yeah. Don't know if they were just joking around or they'd already had a pretty nice night going for him.
0-2 on Baez. He breaks his bat, sends it out toward short left center field, drops in for a base hit. Good read by Allen. He'll make third base safely, going first to third. On the 1-out single for Baez, on base for the third time tonight, his second hit.
So some more broken lumber for the winter fire. House lumber with that broken bat. And I was going to say before we start talking about the flinching, with Allen at the plate, obviously his struggle last night and kind of early on here tonight, depending on how tomorrow and maybe Monday goes, even though he's a guy that wants to be in the lineup every day, he wants to be out there. He has played constantly straight since his arrival in Evansville 2 weeks ago, and even arrived really a day early than what we were expecting him to be. Like, I guess he found out he was going to Evansville and booked it on down to Evansville because he did arrive a day early and was in the lineup. So I just wonder if maybe there's somewhere where Andy McCauley tries to find him just a day off before the end of this weekend, perhaps.
Well, again, kind of back to the conversation of if you can get some separation, you get a 3 or 4 game lead, and not that you want to give away a night per se, but maybe afford to rest one of your go-to guys,
or at least, because again, you need him in the lineup. You still feel like, especially with every game being important, before maybe clinching early and then getting that day off, but at least maybe have him as a DH where he doesn't have to play the field, maybe.
First and third, 1 out, and the pitch to Crane is inside, ball 1. He has bounced out twice and also walked. Boomer's hoping for the ground ball double play up the middle with McGarry and Gums, the double play combo at second and short. Crane has a team high 72 RBIs, also 17 home runs on the season. And also worth noting, too, the only out in this inning was that pickoff attempt at first base after Mattis walked. So,
which, after the hit by Baez, he would have scored by now.
Would be 6-2, but still in a good spot to tack on here for Evansville.
Which that's usually how it goes. Usually the pickoff attempt and the inning continues and the what ifs.
There's a fly ball, foul, third base side, 1-1 on Crane. Back to that video we were talking about, Russell Westbrook and James Harden. I've always been curious. Like, I wonder when those professional athletes, let's say the NBA goes to an MLB game or NBA player to an NFL game, if they're amused by certain things like fans are, with the speed of play or the athletic ability. Of course, they're so used to the professional level of talent in their sport, but I just wonder what their thoughts are if they go to a Major League Baseball game.
Right. Is there that equal respect for the professional level of Major League Baseball? Yep.
Here's the 1-1 to Crane. A swing and a miss. Runner goes. The throw down to second is cut off by the shortstop. Throw to the plate is in time. And out at home plate is Josh Allen. And that was executed well by Schaumburg. Allen had kind of an immediate reaction. He thought maybe he was safe. And we see on our screen Andy McCauley running down the third base line to have a word with the home plate umpire. We didn't have like a close-up, but I thought maybe Allen got in under that tag.
I thought he was able to sneak the hand underneath. I guess the explanation was good enough for Andy McCauley as he heads back to the third base coaching box.
So that is the second out, well executed by Schaumburg. And now there's a guy at second base with 2 outs, and that is Baez with Riley Crane at the dish. And now the catcher, Odo, goes out to have a word with the pitcher. Probably changing up the signs with a new runner out at second. The 1-2 pitch to Crane. There goes Baez to third. The pitch is high, and the throw to third is not in time. A stolen base for Baez. Otters running all over the place tonight.
Yeah, I was just thinking, now after that successful stolen base of third, I don't think I've seen an Evansville Otters team steal third under Andy McCauley as much as I had this year. Seems like they just don't steal a whole lot in general. Except for maybe the exception of maybe 1 or 2 guys with exceptional speed.
2-2 pitch to Crane, a swing and a miss. Chased a pitch down and inside. And that is out number 3 in the 6th. So the Otters, who had scored in 3 straight innings, had first and third with 1 out, and they ran into 2 outs, a pickoff attempt, and then a caught stealing trying to take home on the throw to second. After 5.5, it is Evansville 5, Schaumburg 2 on the Otters YouTube channel.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Well, we have our question answered as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Polo Portela at 103 pitches will start the inning. We'll see how long he lasts if anyone reaches base. Portello has yet to work a 1-2-3 inning. Here he gets Luke Becker, their third baseman, who's 0 for 2 tonight, and the first pitch is outside, ball 1. Becker has lined out to second. He's also grounded out to second. The 1-0 is hit hard into right field and off the glove of McNamee and all the way to the wall. That's at least 2 bases for Becker. He's thinking 3. The relay throw into third base is not in time, and that'll be an E9 on Elijah McNamee. It looked like he misread that ball a bit. He came charging in. It was hit on a line. Then McNamee had to stop and kind of make a leaping attempt toward the ball, went off his glove, and the Boomers have run at third base with nobody out.
And then once they got off the glove and passed, it went all the way into that deep corner. Like I mentioned earlier, how it kind of is normal, kind of just evenly in with the wall, and then all of a sudden it toward the corner, it cuts all the way back. And I know they've made a lot of changes in the last few years, but that kind of makes you think of kind of the outline of the wall at the Mets Stadium for the New York Mets. Just kind of how it has its little crannies and nooks around the edge.
There's a breaking ball at the knees to Angelo Gums, the second baseman who struck out twice tonight. Preston, they ruled that a triple. So it's the 5th triple of the season for Luke Becker. And now a pop-up. This is on the left side of the infield. In foul territory. Is there room? And there is for the third baseman, Gary Mattis, as he falls down to his backside about a step from the Otters dugout railing, and that's a big out, number 1.
He was running out of the room as he was against the fence, and then I don't know if it caught wind or what, kind of went back toward the playing field, so it gave him a little bit more room. With that, the only argument I can see, I guess, in the eyes of the official score, one, if they saw it more as a line drive, and then I guess the jumping effort, therefore, was considered not to be ordinary effort in their eyes, but.
So 1-on-1 out here is Milazzo, the center fielder, and Milazzo attacks the first pitch and hits a high fly ball into short left center field. The shortstop to Jesus goes out, and he makes the catch. So how about that? 2 quick outs after the leadoff triple, and still standing at third base with 2 away is Luke Becker.
Now the outlook of this inning looks a little bit different. Looks, like, hey, you're just 1 out away for Evansville. For Schaumburg, could be a missed opportunity when you get a leadoff guy at third base and not be able to even get a sacrifice fly to bring him in.
I mean, this sounds silly, but to me the biggest difference, 3 runs to 2 runs just feels like a big difference,
It
especially
does.
going in the final
with the
3
way
innings.
with the way this game has been, it does.
Just having that scenario where, hey, 1 base hit and all of a sudden tying runs at the plate would not be in existence if he can get it out here. And on the first pitch, it's popped up, and Odo slams his bat in frustration. Well, that was easy. After the leadoff triple, 4 pitches? Retires Gums, Milazzo, and Odo, and the Boomers strain a leadoff triple at third base. After 6, it's Evansville 5, Schaumburg 2 on the Otters YouTube channel.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
Elijah McNamee digs in to start the 7th inning for Evansville. Isaiah Rivera continues pitching out of the Boomers' pen. He had a strange first inning of work where technically he only retired 1 batter. The pitch to McNamee. Breaking ball bends in for a strike. Elijah tonight's 1 for 3 with an RBI single. Last inning had a leadoff walk to Madison. He was picked off. He hit Allen. Allen made all the way to third base on the infield single by Baez, so it's first and third. Then the Otters tried to steal second. They threw down to second. It was cut off by the middle infielder. They threw out Allen at the plate, so that was the second out, and then he struck out Crane into the inning. So the only guy he retired himself was Riley Crane. The count's 1-2 on McNamee leading off the 7th. It's 5-2 Evansville. They're going for their 4th straight win and trying to move 20 games over 500. 1-2 pitch right down the middle. Strike 3 is called, and McNamee is out number 1. Second strikeout for this reliever, Rivera. Well, Preston, just because I like asking questions and for the sake of conversation, you know, we were discussing will Portela pitch the 6th with his pitch count. He was at, like 102, 103 before that inning, and he let a leadoff triple, but then got the next 3 guys out on 4 pitches. So he's at 110. Do you even think about starting him in the home half of the 7th? Or is it bullpen time?
I think you do, because I think you think about leaving him out there. Go maybe see if he can do another, 10, 15 pitches for the next 3 outs.
I'd give him 10 pitches.
Just because, again, you don't have the off day on Monday coming up like you normally would, so you got 2 more games yet, plus consecutive games next week. So
here's a solid smash right in the middle for J.R. Davis. He's had a great night on base for the 4th time. 3 singles and a walk.
So it's more of a matter, I guess, in my head, is if do you try to just do what you can to save the bullets in the bullpen. then again, you see it the other way where there is no day off in between now and Portella's next start.
Mm-hmm.
You try to save his bullets for his next outing.
Yeah, his next start will be on Thursday, and then finale. The 3-game series against Joliet at Bossy Field. Here's a pitch high to Andy DeJesus, who is 1 for 3. Had an infield singles last time up. He's also struck out this evening. Well, it looks like Joliet is going to win. They just scored 2 more times in the 8th, so they're in front of Florence 9-4. So if if everything holds true with Evansville winning here, they would be 2.5 games up. And after tonight, 8 games to go.
And since Zane's not here, I'll say it for the sake of him. And with that tiebreaker, it's actually 3.5.
The 1-0. Here is a pop-up foul. Well, my question is, with a tiebreaker, it wouldn't really come into effect, would it, because of the half-game difference? They're not going to finish dead even, you know what I mean?
Right.
So technically, it's not 3.5.
No, it'd be.
I mean, I guess if you look at it, it's a 3-game lead.
Right. Yep. Because right now, based on everything that shows online and what we've been told, they will not be making up that game that they had canceled against New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So they will only have a 95-game schedule.
Yeah, because if let's say they were 2 games up, then you'd have a 3-game lead because you have the tiebreaker if you had the chance to finish with the exact same record. But Lawrence is going to play 1 less game.
Really, the tiebreaker would only come into effect if they somehow ended up with the same win percentage despite having a different number of games.
The runner goes. Here's a fly ball in the air to center field. It's caught, and the throw back to first base is a double play. That's tough luck for Evansville. Davis was off with the pitch, and DeJesus hit the ball hard. On a line to center, Milazzo made the catch, and he threw back behind the runner, doubling off Davis. It's time to stretch. Zane's not here, so we go to break. No tape me out to the ball game. It's 5-2 Evansville on the Otters YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Bottom of the 7th, and Evansville is leading Schaumburg 5-2. The night is over for Polo Portela. He's in line for his 10th win of the season. And they bring on the righty, Samson Abernathy, number 35, who has the long flowing hair shooting out of the ball cap. At the top of the order for Schaumburg here, it's Chase Dawson, Matt McGarry, and Quincy Neoporti. Dawson tonight on base twice. He homered his last time up, leading off the 5th. He's also popped out at the catcher and walked and scored. So he scored both Boomers' runs. First pitch to him, and check swing is hit foul third base side. Andy McCauley protects his head as the ball ricochets off the netting and goes into the Evansville dugout. Strike one on Dawson. Abernathy on the season has a 3.09 ERA over 32 innings pitched. He has struck out 30 batters. From the belt, the 0-1 pitch as he works from the stretch with nobody on. Showing bunt, pulling back was Dawson, and it's low ball 1. Final line for Portela. He went 6 innings, 7 hits, 2 runs. They both were earned. He walked 2 and struck out 6. So Portela could improve to 10-2 if the bullpen can get these final 9 outs. The 1-1 to Dawson. Check swing, and he held up in time, 2-1. Game is almost final. Florence is down to the last out. They've got a guy at first base trailing 9-4 at Joliet. And the 2-1. On the inside corner, called a ball, 3-1. Well, this guy's had an enormous zone all night, and hopefully he doesn't start squeezing him the last 3 innings. That has been a strike all night. Dawson's home run back in the 5th inning was his 10th of the season, and RBI number 65. The 3-1 pitch, leadoff walk.
Abernathy's been getting better here in the last month or so. Kind of had a stretch in the middle of the summer where his ERA kind of went to the upper 3s, closer to 4, but really locked in. But look at his strikeout to walk ratio. The walks are a bit of an issue, a little high. Of course, now here a leadoff walk is something you don't want to do here late in the game. But right now, it's only a 3-run difference. Tying running on deck.
McGarry 0 for 3, a pair of strikeouts, and a breaking ball bends in at the knees. Strike 1. Short lead over at first base for Dawson, hands on his knees. As Abernathy delivers in the dirt, blocked by the catcher Felix, but it gets away from him. It rolls toward the Schaumburg dugout. A wild pitch allows Dawson to move up to second base, and that takes away the possible double play.
I was about to say, after you mentioned his short lead, I wouldn't suspect any aggressiveness by the Boomers because you need base runners. And when you have the top of the order and Neoporti kind of waiting in the shadows, you don't want to run yourself into an out. Now they got him in scoring position without any sort of aggressive, with that last pitch being spiked into the dirt.
So Dawson out at second base. Boomers trying to chip away. And the 1-1 to McGarry, who has 37 RBIs on the season, is lifted down the right field line and out of play, 1-2. So now, kind of like we were talking about last inning, how big is that guy not scoring from third base? If it was a 5-3 game and you have a guy at second base, no out through the 7th, I mean, there's still some pressure at the moment, but would be quite a bit more.
Yeah, that was big time by Portela to basically, just completely ignore the fact of that triple and get the next 3 guys out.
The righty Abernathy looking in. He takes too long as the batter calls timeout. McGarry waves bat over home plate. And the 1-2 pitch to him. Look back towards second. Now it's headed home. Pulled foul. Third base side. Back on the air tomorrow, 5:50 pregame show, 6 o'clock first pitch. It'll be game 3 of this 4-game set. I hope you can join us on Labor Day Monday as well. An earlier start time on Monday. That is a 1 o'clock first pitch. It'd be good to see Otters back at home on Tuesday. Feels like they've been gone a month. I'm sure it feels like it for them too. The 1-2 breaking ball, another foul.
I'm sure all of our colleagues from the press box, Bill, Brandon, Dennis, they'll all be raring to go for the last home games to get back in the press box.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Again for the righty McGarry. Another foul back to the screen.
Of course, at this point of the season, you kind of hang on every pitch. It's intense moments when there's the postseason on the line, getting into the postseason, and obviously if you get there.
Kind of still 1-2 on McGarry. He's fouled off multiple pitches from Abernathy. Or at second base, nobody out. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Got him to chase a breaking ball down to the zone. Skipped across the dirt. The catcher, Felix, tags out McGarry. He strikes out for the third time tonight. It's the first K for Abernathy, 1 away. A good battle was won by the reliever. And we have a final. Lawrence loses 9-4 at Joliet, so the Otters right now are 2 games up on the Yalls. Thanks to a 7-run 4th inning from Joliet. That was a difference tonight. I think Florence had won 3 in a row as well. One on, one out. Here is Neaporti, the DH, righty on righty. Neaporti on the first pitch, chops it foul, third base side. Preston, you and I were talking off the air. So if Evansville wins tonight, and they're 2.5 up, their magic number would be 6.
That's a big deal considering at the beginning of the week he was in double figures, and yet they've taken care of business so far, and hopefully finish out tonight where they've been able to really take a good number out of that double figure number they started the week with.
The 0-1, ground ball left side. Third baseman gobbles it up. Throw across the diamond is on target. As Mattis retires, Neaporti 5-3 on the putout, and Quincy Neaporti is 1 for 4 tonight. Still holding put at second base is 2 outs. Now, Preston, this is back-to-back innings where Schaumburg had a guy at third, nobody out, couldn't get him home. Then here in the 7th, the guy at second base, nobody out. He's still standing there with 2 away.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of part of the problem for Schaumburg so far in this series, especially tonight. You think of now and then the last inning. I mean, last night, only 1 run, but it's not like they didn't have their opportunities. I mean, they had, I believe the total ended up being 9 hits for them last night.
Mm-hmm. They can get them on, get them over, but they can't get them in. It's up to Braxton Davidson, left-handed hitting first baseman. The pitch from Abernathy is inside. Ball 1, backs him off the plate.
And I don't want to overstate this too much, but this is a potential playoff preview series here this weekend. And again, obviously when you get to the postseason, you can kind of throw some of the regular season numbers and everything out the window. It's a whole new ball game, but yet, especially as close on the calendar as it would be between now and let's say about a week and a half from now, I wouldn't assume a whole lot would change. So, sure, there's a lot of note taking going on for both sides this weekend, and it'll be very interesting to see for for some of the teams in the West and Central Division, whoever comes out of that first round matchup to face the Northeast teams, where for most of the season, those teams have not matched up, so it'll be kind of a brand new ball game in the championship round. The only exception would maybe Florence. I know they've played more of the Northeast teams in the Can-Am Conference a little bit more than some of the others. Evansville opened with their home schedule with Quebec, but I mean that feels like a long time ago. But
I mean, it's a little bit like the major leagues. When you get to the World Series, you're facing a team that you're not really familiar with.
With the American League, yep, the National League, yep.
Yeah, you might have faced them in interleague play, but 1 ball, 1 strike on Davidson. Guy at second base with 2 outs, and Abernathy trying to work a scoreless 7th. Spins around to keep a close eye on Davidson at second base, or that's Dawson. Davidson is batting. That can get confusing. Dawson has scored both Schaumburg runs tonight.
Dawson and Davidson, the law firm of Schaumburg.
Doing the legal work for you. 1-1 pitch, up and away, 2-1.
Like, who? Let's see. Oh, okay. It was Windy City a couple seasons ago, 2019, and then for, I guess, kind of ironic reasons, when we did one of our virtual broadcasts last year, we used one of the games against Windy City. They had coffee and coffle, so they were even more so of a law firm name with coffee and coffle.
Here's the 2-1. Outside, 3-1 to Davidson. He's already walked 1 here in the inning as Abernathy. He does not want to bring the tying run up to the plate. I always think of the law firm Brown and Crouppen. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
On the Cardinals broadcast. That's the read where Ricky and John go back and forth. A great law firm. 3-1 on Davidson. He'll come right after him here. Doesn't want to issue a second walk. And from the belt, the pitch. Breaking ball. Foul back to the screen. He just missed it. So the swing and a miss, and having to hustle the baseball is Justin Felix, as taking an aggressive turnaround third with Dawson. He slams on the brakes. That was just a pass ball. Felix missed it. And now once again, Schaumburg has a guy at third base. They've left 7 on so far through 6 innings. They've left a guy on base every inning, and now the catcher, Felix, goes out and talks to Abernathy.
Now you think, okay, is it just a meeting to kind of calm each other down, or did they get crossed up somehow? Which it looked like it was much of a mislocation, really, from where Felix was setting up. But it's only 1 strike away. I think that's the big thing to think about, to have the mindset. Don't worry, you got the runners at third now, but you're only 1 strike away.
1 good pitch gets you out of the inning. 3-2 pitch to Davidson. Pitch number 20 of the inning from Abernathy. Looks toward third, kicks, and pitches way high and outside. Ball 4. Seemed like that was more of an exaggerated motion by Abernathy, too, in the 3-2 pitch. I'm not sure why he did that. That was different than his normal motion. So he's walked 2 in the inning.
He kind of has a long reach back when he winds up and fires, but even there, like you said, it seemed like he was even more dramatic.
The batter now is Clint Hardy, first and third, 2 outs. And Abernathy from the belt pauses. Now he pitches. Ground ball foul. As a fastball is running in the hands of Hardy, who tonight struck out looking in the first. He popped out to second in the third, and he popped out to first in the 5th.
So even though, as the Otters and Abernathy on the mound, you're obviously trying to get Davidson out there, not trying to bring the tying run to the plate, but this isn't the worst matchup to have either.
The 0-1 pitch is in there, called strike, knee high, outer half of the plate. 2 strikes on Clint Hardy. Hardy does have 5 home runs in the season. He's driven in 40. He began play batting .247. Here's a 2-strike pitch. Breaking ball hit left side and past the diving third base and Mattis into left field. It's bobbled by Penner. A run scores, and it's first and second with 2 outs. Now a 5-3 Evansville lead. RBI number 41 of the season for Hardy. That scores Dawson, who has scored all 3 Schaumburg runs.
And that last shot on the play toward left field, you can kind of see some other arms starting to get loose for Evansville in the bullpen. I didn't quite make out exactly which names they were, but
so it's 5-3 now. Schaumburg not going away quietly at their home ballpark. They're trying to avoid a 3rd straight loss. That's interesting. I just noticed the catcher went through signs with first and second 2 outs. Well, that could be the signs that maybe they're going through with the pitcher so that they can, shift. They know what pitch is coming. But here's a fly ball hit out toward left center field. On the move is Penner, and he gets there in time to make the catch. Out number 3. Schaumburg strands 2 more with to pick up a run after 7. It's Evansville 5, Schaumburg 3 on the Otters YouTube channel.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Before you danced the first dance. Before you walked down the aisle. Before the tables were set with care. Before you penned a single invitation. Before the day that went beyond your wildest expectations. There was the little green box from Brinker's Jewelers for befores and happily ever afters.
Top of the 8th inning, Isaiah Rivera pitches for the 3rd straight inning out of the Schaumburg bullpen. Justin Felix attacks the first pitch and skies one a mile high on the infield. Shortstop makes the catch. That is Matt McGarry, and there is one away as Felix is now 0 for 3. Does have an RBI sacrifice fly tonight to center. One away in the 8th with Evansville in front 5-3, and here's the 9th place hitting right fielder Andrew Penner. Penner, a pair of doubles this evening. He's also struck out looking. And Rivera winds and fires. Fastball, belt high, strike 1. All right, Preston, I know you're working on your laptop, getting some social media stuff out there, but I've got a trivia question for you. This was sent in from Corey Clayton, who listens to a lot of the broadcasts. Pitch high, ball 1. So today, the Cubs and Pirates played in Chicago, and on the Cubs radio broadcast, they mentioned that the Pirates catchers have gone now a Major League Baseball record for a certain amount of straight games without a passed ball. The 1-2 pitch to Penner is inside, hits him on the thigh. So Penner on base for the 3rd time tonight. Can you tell me how many straight games the Pirates have gone without a pass ball from their catchers? It is a Major League Baseball record.
I don't know. I'll say, 57.
177 games without a pass
Wow.
ball. Yeah.
Okay. Way off.
Wonder what the longest streak is for wild pitches. I'm sure we could find it, but kind of being lazy right now. I don't want to look it up. Well, see, if Corey Clayton, if you're still listening, you can look that up for us.
So they went an entire full season.
Yeah. Plus a couple of weeks, yeah.
Jeez.
So basically, so their last pass ball probably would have been, what, late 2019? Maybe early 2020 with the shortened season? No, I think it'd be late 2019. It's 60-ish games last year, and yeah. Incredible. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Mattis. Low ball one. About the only thing the Pirates are good at.
That's what I was about to say.
Not allowing
You
pass
took
balls.
it out of my mouth there. That's about the only thing the Pirates are good at.
Not really a jab. That's just kind of the truth.
I said with Stallings being one. I can't think
Oh
of
my
who
goodness,
the
the
other
breaking ball missed so badly it went behind the batter almost to the backstop. I don't know how the catcher Odo caught that, and it's 2-1 on Mattis.
When you brought up between break, I said I was gonna, if I could phone a friend, I was gonna phone our broadcaster from this summer, Ryan Brown, the Pittsburgh guy.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully he's enjoying his time up in law school so far. I don't know, is the Ivy League playing their football season? Is he enjoying his first Ivy League football game?
You know, I don't know. There's so many college football games, it's hard to keep track. Let's see.
Well, I just remember the Ivy League were really, I mean, one of the first teams or first conferences to just be so strict, but basically they locked down and were probably the furthest from coming back to normal.
Yeah, they're playing. Looks like Harvard's first game isn't until, well, 2 weeks from today.
Because they do conference only, I guess. Yeah.
September 18th at Georgetown. Their first home game will be on September 24th against Brown. Counts 2-2 here on Gary Mattis. Otters leadoff hitter with the man at first base, one away. Top of the 8th inning. Evansville in front of Schaumburg 5-3. Mattis has walked, RBI triple, singled and scored, and also bounced back to the pitcher tonight. The 2-2 is low and outside. The count's full. 3-2 on Mattis. Haven't checked the college football scoreboard in a while. Let's see what's going on. Purdue in front of Oregon State with 14 minutes to go. 16-7 that game at Purdue. Biggest game tonight was between number 5 Georgia, number 3 Clemson, as the payoff pitch is low ball 4. Hit by pitch, now a walk, and there's 2 on with 1 out here in the 8th inning. 5th-ranked Georgia leads 3rd-ranked Clemson 7-0 with 3 minutes to go in the 3rd, so a defensive slugfest there. However, Georgia has 3rd and goal from the Clemson 5. And UCLA leads 16th-ranked LSU 14-7 early 2nd quarter.
Did I see on social media that Coach Corso picked Georgia this morning in his selections?
He did, yeah. College game day. Kentucky beat University of Louisiana Monroe 45-10 earlier today. 19th ranked Penn State over 12th ranked Wisconsin 16-10. 8th ranked Cincinnati smashed Miami, Ohio 49-14. 17th ranked Indiana got demolished at 18th ranked Iowa 34-6. Number 1 Alabama cruised against 14th ranked Miami, Florida 44-13. And with that, we have a pitching change. The Otters with 2 on, 1 out, top of the 8th inning. It's a 5-3 Evansville lead. Back after this on the Otters YouTube channel.
If you're looking for a liquor store in Evansville, look no further than Liquor Locker. The Liquor Locker has the best selection at the best prices, including the largest craft beer and bourbon selection in the area. Our friendly and knowledgeable staff will help you find the beer, wine, and liquor you need for any occasion. And check out the fine selection of cigars at all Liquor Locker stores. Liquor Locker is now open Sundays 12 to 8 p.m. and offers citywide delivery. Visit one of our 10 conveniently located stores in the Evansville area today. There is always something for everyone at the Liquor Locker.
Cheer up, Evan. This rain will be out soon. You should download the 14 First Alert app and see for yourself. You can see what's coming up to 7 days in advance, or you can break it down hour by hour. Check out live radar so you can see what's happening in real time. And you can watch 14 News live directly from the app. See, there's nothing to worry about.
Stay in the game with the 14 First Alert app.
All right, so new pitcher on for Schaumburg. Their third pitcher of the night is Jack Schneider. He takes over the situation here, first and second, one out. And the batter is Josh Allen, who has struck out 3 times tonight. He's also been hit by a pitch. Leaned into a breaking ball his last time up and clipped him across the left shoulder. Otters hoping for some insurance runs here in the 8th. They had a 5-1 lead. Boomers have clawed back to make it a 5-3 game. And the pitch to Allen is a breaking ball outside, 1-0. Schneider, this right-hander, has a 2.76 ERA out of the bullpen. Only worked 16 and a third innings, but he has struck out 23 batters. The 1-0 to Allen is a curve that bends in for a strike.
I don't recognize this name from the earlier matchups with Schaumburg. It's their last trip to Evansville. The last matchup these two teams had were back on July 9th and 11th. Through the 11th, should I say.
The 1-1 to Allen. Check swing, called strike on the corner. And for Rivera, their second reliever, Schaumburg, didn't pitch all that bad, 2 1/3. No runs as of now. He is responsible for the guys at first and second. So as of right now, no runs, 2 hits, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. That was 1-2 on Allen. Allen hits it foul. Josh has played in a lot of games, but still striking out 3 times last night, 3 times tonight. He's probably, I don't know if he's feeling pressure in that batter's box, but I'm sure it's going through his mind. Here we go again with 2 strikes. Started play batting .368 over 10 games with Evansville. The 1-2 pitch. Allen takes low and outside to the backstop. There's a wild pitch. Enter to third, and Mattis to second base. That takes away the double play. And also we'll have to bring in the Schaumburg infield. Two-two pitch here to Allen. Just trying to put the ball in play and get a run home. Swing and a miss. He strikes out for the 4th time tonight and 7th time in the series. Big second out for Jack Schneider as he fans the first man he faces.
It just seems like it's been the breaking ball more than any other pitch that Josh has struggled with this weekend, going back to last night and tonight. Just, I don't know, just not having the right timing. I mean, he looks late on a breaking ball, so I don't know if he's just waiting forever knowing it's coming and still just can't catch up quick enough after waiting for so long.
Here is Baez, and Baez pulls it to the left side. It's a fair ball. Inside the third base line, all the way down in the corner. That'll score 2 runs, and Baez makes it a 7-3 Evansville lead. And for Baez, he's now driven in 4 runs tonight. And that is 20 RBIs for him over now 14 games for Evansville. It's a 2-out, 2-run double, 7-3 Evansville. There's some cushion.
Yeah, big time. Baez delivers once again. It's the man again, El Hombre. I mean, he has just been big time RBI producer since joining the Otters. Now that time he decided, I don't have to hit it over the fence to do it. I can keep it inside the line. That's big time insurance runs.
Here's Riley Crane, and they throw to first base. I guess they thought maybe Baez missed the bag, but they say he did not. You know, I know it was, well, no, it was second and third. I was thinking about just putting him on. Maybe been paying any attention at all to what he's been doing.
Right.
I was going to say, even if it was first and second, I'd think about still walking him.
Yeah, especially because, I mean, Riley Crane has not, like Allen, has not looked great in this series so far.
Ball gets away from the catcher, trying to make third base as Baez, and he is out. Andy McCauley can't believe the call. He thought he slid in ahead of the tag, and instead it is out number 3. So the Otters have run into several outs on the base pass, but they do pick up 2 more runs. We go to the home half of the 8th inning. As Boot Steak casually trots past the argument. It's 7-3 Evansville on the Otters YouTube channel.
Welcome to a place that feels like home. A place that cares about all of you. Built to help you grow in more ways than you could possibly imagine. To make new friends, travel new paths, soar to new heights, and deepen your spiritual experience. Welcome to Oakland City University.
Bottom of the 8th inning, Evansville gets 2 more.
CenterPoint Energy's newest generation of safe, efficient energy includes capturing and harnessing the natural power of pure sunshine. We are increasing solar in our balanced and reliable energy mix as we power our region with more clean, renewable energy. We're bringing a little piece of the sun to every home and business while reducing carbon emissions and helping create a cleaner environment. It's just a little something for your smart energy future.
Every 6 minutes, a utility line is damaged due to reckless digging. So Indiana relies on these 811 superheroes. Derek the Builder.
I dig for a living, but I always contact 811.
Mary the Gardener.
Before I plant a tree, I contact 811.
And Mike the Contractor.
I contact 811 before I do my work.
Prevent damage or injury. Call 811 anytime or go online 811now.com. This message is sponsored by the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission and this station.
Top of the ninth inning, Jack Schneider stays on for Schaumburg. Otters in front 7-3. Some nervous moments last half inning as the Boomers had the bases loaded with with 1 out. And Gallardo got a strikeout of McGarry and a fly out to center. And the Boomers have left 12 runners on base tonight. Riley Crane at the dish with a 1-0 count. Crane tonight is 0 for 3 with a walk. He's also struck out once, and now he is 0 for 4. A ground ball to second, short toss to first base, and that's the first out.
I'll be curious to see now who goes out for the ninth for the Otters in the bottom half. It's not a safe situation, but with the way the Boomers have given the Otters relievers trouble here down the stretch, you just go ahead and go to your closer and Sawyer.
Mm-hmm. I think, at this stage in the season, maybe this was earlier in the year, not a safe situation, you would go with someone else, but you need this game.
Mm-hmm.
Every game's important. I'd say just bring in your closer and be done with it. Breaking ball to McNamee is a called strike. How many times have you seen it where you try to go with someone else and all of a sudden it's 7-4 with 2 on, you bring in the closer and he's not really ready to come into the game because he thinks his night's over and then he gets hit around.
Yep. Not being able to have the full warm-up session and kind of rushed into it. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Here's a 1-1 pitch. McNamee takes high and outside. The count is 2-1. Now 2-1 pitch for Elijah, who has an RBI single this evening. Breaking ball, good location there from Jack Schneider, 2-2. McNamee's RBI single came back in the third inning. He's also lined out to left, battled out to third, and struck out looking. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, blew a fastball by him, so McNamee strikes out for the second time tonight. Snyder's come in. We're starting this ninth inning with back-to-back outs, 2 away, and it's up to J.R. Davis. By the way, when Schaumburg hits in the bottom of the ninth inning, they will have 4, 5, and 6 up, Davidson, Hardy, and Becker. Pressing kind of the point you alluded to, you start working down to the bottom part of the order. That bottom of the 8th inning with the bases loaded and their best hitter up might have been the game. Here's a strike on the corner to J.R. Davis. He's been on base all 4 times tonight, 3 singles, a run scored, and he's walked. Otters with a win would move to 20 games over 500 at 54-34, the 0-1. is a swing and a foul, 0-2, and also creeping closer to that history win mark for the franchise at 56 wins. What year was that again?
So they've done it twice. 2019 with the division title, and then 2014, which was a wild card team, not division title.
0-2 pitch is a little flare out into right center field, and J.R. Davis, they just can't get him out. He's on base for the 5th time tonight. He has 4 hits,
Yeah,
all
that's
singles.
a big game for him because he's kind of had a tough stretch this past week in terms of hit production. Able to get on base still with walks and the hit by pitch or what have you, but not so much the hits.
Well, he started play batting .302, so that'll help the average. And it gives a chance for Andy DeJesus to bat in the 9th inning here for Evansville. DeJesus is 1 for 4. His one hit was a bunt single back in the 5th. Some tough luck last time up. 1 on 1 out. Davis was off with a pitch, and DeJesus roped one to center. Milazzo made the catch on a line and then threw back behind Davis and doubled him off. The pitch to DeJesus, breaking ball. That's a called strike at the knees.
When we get to the bottom half, they will have the likes of Davidson and Hardy, which Hardy drove in that last run for the Boomers. But those guys have to get on, which is forcing the bottom of the lineup to be the RBI producers. Can those guys be accountable enough, I guess, from the Boomer standpoint, to get the job done?
Here's the 0-1. It's hit foul, third base side. 2 strikes on DeJesus. Nothing in 2, and Snyder steps off the rubber. Now back on the mound. And the 0-2. A little ground ball up the middle. Tough play. Nope. It rolled right to the shortstop, McGarry, who was standing at the second base bag, and he just tags out Davis. I thought it was going to be in between the mound and the second base bag, which could have been an infield single. Instead, it's a fielder's choice. That ends the Evansville 9. So let's hold them and go home, or go back to the hotel, or whatever you're doing. Otters in front, 7-3. Last chance for the Boomers on the Otters YouTube channel.
Come be a part of a nationally recognized program in criminal justice. The Criminal Justice Program at Oakland City University provides students with in-depth knowledge in the fields of law enforcement, forensics, corrections, and juvenile justice. Learn through hands-on experiences and train in areas of investigative forensics, criminology, and police administration. A career-focused major is in your reach, and all in a Christian university setting that feels like home. Oakland City University.
This is the last chance for Schaumburg. Home half the 9th inning. Evansville in front, 7-3. Preston Linebach, I'm Jumpin' Redmond. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 up, and it appears Augie Gallardo is going to stay in the game and try to get the final 3 outs. He worked a scoreless 8th inning, but gave up 2 singles and hit a man. Bases loaded, 1 out. He bared down and got McGarry for the strikeout, and then Niaporti to fly out to center to end the inning. First pitch is low, ball 1. the next. That's a strike on the inside corner. Braxton Davidson, their first baseman, he has walked twice and has a pair of singles on base all 4 times. He's also driven in a run. Drove in the first run of the game back in the first inning. The 1-1, a breaking ball is low again, 2-1. So it was Portela, then Abernathy, now Gallardo. And Portela in line for his 10th win of the season. He would improve to 10-2. How about an easy 9th inning? What do you say? The 2-1 pitch to Braxton Davidson. Swing and a miss, 2-2. We'll give you one more trip through the Frontier League scoreboard. And Joliet beat Florence earlier today, or tonight, 9-4. New York beat Tri-City at home 13-7. It was Washington beating Sussex County 7-3 at Sussex County. New Jersey took care of Quebec 5-2. And there was one game postponed to tomorrow. They'll play a doubleheader. The Southern Illinois Miners at the Gateway Grizzlies. One game still in progress. Top of the 9th inning at Lake Erie. Windy City leads Lake Erie 7-4. 3-2 on Braxton Davidson. The pitch, swing and a foul, third base side. And Gallardo is at 30 pitches after working the 8th and now the 9th.
As you see the Boomer Prairie Chicken mascot in the background.
The fan favorite. 3-2 pitch is hit down the left field line, hooking toward the corner, and it is a fair ball. It rolls all the way into the corner, picked up by the left fielder Andrew Penner. It's a leadoff double for Braxton Davidson. He's on base all 5 times tonight with 3 hits. That's his 8th double of the season. Well, so we had the discussion, do you, let Gallardo pitch the 9th or just let your closer come in a non-save situation? Well, obviously they let Gallardo pitch this inning. The question is, how long is a leash now? Is it when one more guy gets on or the tying run does come to the plate?
I mean, for me, it would be just one more batter. But, of course, we don't know without the view of the bullpen directly how long Sawyer might be up stretching and throwing.
Here's a ground ball to the left side. Off the third baseman's glove, it ricochets into left field. That ball shot high up in the air. And moving to third base is Braxton Davidson. It's a single for Clint Hardy. And Schaumburg has first and third with nobody out. And typically, when you're in these type of situations, you would bring your closer in before the tying run gets to the plate to give him some breathing room. But it appears they're staying with Gallardo.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like anybody's throwing for the Otters quite yet either.
So the second hit for Hardy. It's a Kraft single. That's their promotion for Schaumburg. They've got all their singles sponsored and their strikeouts.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of Raising Canes and Kraft singles tonight.
I do like that, though, Kraft singles. That's good. So first and third, nobody out here is Luke Becker, the pitch from Gallardo. He takes low ball 1.
Amount of fans there, I just wonder, and they're sticking around. I wonder if there's a fireworks show after the game. They did have a fireworks show last night.
There's a strike on the corner, 1-1. Come on, Preston. It is a weekend minor league game. You know there's fireworks afterwards. That's the universal minor league rule. There has to be fireworks on a weekend. I know fans love them, but when you work in minor league baseball, it's like, oh man, another fireworks show?
Especially when the wind blows it back onto the field and you have to go pick it up after the game.
Bossy Field does a good job with their fireworks shows, though. It's normally pretty good entertainment after the games.
Oh, yeah, they're big time.
First and third, nobody out in the 9th inning. Evansville in front, 7-3. Gallardo from the high set pitches. That's in the dirt, a check swing, and they appeal on no swing.
And I'm referencing to I guess it was the fireworks show. Yeah, after the August 14th game. Of course, that was the next day. Sunday was the first early Sunday start of the season because we had previously been 5:05 starts on Sunday. Had a windy night where it was blowing the left field fireworks show right back onto the field, so we had to stick around as a staff and pick up all the debris, and we were there for a few more hours longer than usual, and like I said, had to be back quickly the next morning.
As I mentioned earlier, it's been a rough night for the catchers, and that pitch in the dirt, I think, clipped the Otters catcher, Justin Felix. He's being checked on by Otters manager Andy McCauley, also the athletic trainer for Schaumburg. And all three of them share a laugh.
Yeah, Dakota might be back behind the plate tomorrow.
Be a well-deserved day off for Justin Felix. Tell you what, the Boomers athletic trainer, she had some speed. She sprinted off the field much quicker than Andy McCauley was moving back to the third base dugout. Well, 2-2 on Luke Becker. Gallardo has thrown 35 pitches out of the Evansville bullpen, and the 2-2 is inside 3-2. I think it's really getting interesting if this guy reaches. Forgot to note that Hardy did take second, so it's second and third with nobody out. And a 3-2 pitch to Becker. Headed home, he walked him. Up and away, ball 4, and the bases are loaded with nobody out in the ninth inning of a 7-3 Otters lead.
Well, these Boomers, they either by their own accord or by free passes, they just stick around and don't go away.
Well, that should be it for Gallardo, I would think.
See, next up will be Gums, it looks like. So.
I don't know why you'd continue to leave him in. Here comes Max Peterson. Yep.
Yeah, give me the ball.
Well, we'll take a break. This one's not over yet. It's 7-3 Evansville. Boomers with the bases loaded. Nobody out in the ninth inning on the Otters YouTube channel.
We love our kids and want them to be healthy. After all, a healthy child can make for a happy child. That's why Anthem Blue Cross and Blue Shield offers health insurance for children up to age 18 at low or no cost. From doctor visits to dental care, Anthem is here to put resources at your fingertips and simple solutions within your reach. And that is something to smile about. Call 1-800-403-0864 to enroll today. To learn more, visit anthem.com/inmedicaid.
Getting ready and keeping fit for baseball season is hard work. That's why you'll find Evan at Bob's Gym. Getting fit, having fun, being an Otter. Be like Evan. Try a free 3-day pass at Bob's.
Fix up your home with Heritage. Our home improvement financing options can help you change your home now and pay for it over time. Upgrade your home. Make home repairs. Remodel a kitchen. Build a new deck. Add a new room. Remodel your bath. Update appliances. Whether it's a small weekend project or a large renovation, Heritage Federal Credit Union can help you finance your improvements today. Fix up your home with Heritage.
Well, we're not done quite yet. Boomers have the bases loaded. Nobody out of the ninth inning. It's a 7-3 Evansville lead. The seventh-place hitter, Angelo Gums, is the batter. First pitch, a swing and a miss. Gums is 0 for 4, 3 strikeouts, and he's popped out to foul territory at third. New pitcher is Logan Sawyer, fourth Evansville pitcher of the night. He takes over after Augie Gallardo could not work the final 3 outs. Augie did pitch a scoreless 8th inning. Sawyer on the season has a 3.34 ERA over 32 and a third innings, and he struck out 45 batters. No balls and a strike from the belt. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Blew it by him the outer half of the plate. 0-2. Purdue football won 30-21 against Oregon State. It's like double whammy for Zane Cloudbelt there. We'll see him tomorrow night, we think. Big Nate Preston and Zane on the call. 6 o'clock first pitch. 5:50 pregame show. 0-2 pitch is a foul ball down the right field line, spoiled by Gums. If there's not fireworks after this game, these are some dedicated fans. Because really for the Boomers, I mean, this game doesn't mean a whole lot. They pretty much have the division locked up. They need to get a couple more wins probably, or a couple more losses from Lake Erie or Windy City. 0-2 on Angelo Gums. The pitch from Sawyer. Outside, 1-2. Didn't chase that one. Well, the Otters have only out-hit the Boomers 13-12 in the game, but Evansville leads 7-3. Boomers have left 12 runners on base. They have them loaded here in the 9th inning with nobody out. From the set position, the 1-2 pitch. Chopped up the third base line, foul. Gums really went reaching for that.
So was that one also going to hit the bag and launch into the air?
Well, this is a sticky situation with Gums up at the plate. Like what I did there?
Like it.
How about a 6-4-3 double play? Just an out, something. Double, single, walk. Sawyer glares in. Felix flashing the signs. He comes set. And a 1-2 pitch headed home. Low in the dirt, blocked by Felix, and the count's even 2-2. Well, you want to somehow bear down and get these 7, 8, 9 hitters because you don't want to float back to the top of the order for a 6th time tonight. We're coming up on 4 hours of play in this 9-inning game.
We're not at Bossy Field for tonight's broadcast, but the stoplight's about to start flashing here soon.
2-2 pitch right down the middle. What is Gums looking for? That was a fastball, knee high, right down central. He gets the ring up, and that's the first out. He has struck out for the 4th time tonight. So we've now had 3 batters in this game strike out 4 times. Allen on the Evansville side, McGarry on the Schaumburg side, and now Angelo Gums. So that's a big out. And Sawyer now deals with Brett Milazzo, the center fielder, who has 3 hits tonight. He's also popped out to short. He's 3 for 4.
I'll have to go to the nearest party store to get some more sombreros.
First one, fastball, runs outside to Milazzo. Does have 2 home runs in the season. He's driven in 13. You don't really get back to the pop in the lineup until the top of the order, where Dawson, the leadoff man who has homered, has 10 home runs. McGarry with 8, and then Nia Porty 15. Right now we're at the 8th slot. Milazzo. 1-0 pitch is a fly ball foul. Counts even. It's 7-13-0 for Evansville, 3-12-0 for Schaumburg. And here comes a 1-1 pitch. A little flare hit to the shortstop, gobbled up, goes to second, out, and that's the only play that they have. The fielder's choice goes 6-4, run does score. That is Davidson as Hardy moves to third. Becker is out number 2 at second base, and Milazzo gets credit for an RBI, his 14th of the season. It's a 7-4 game with 2 outs, and it's first and third for the catcher, Nick Odo.
If Zane was here, this is what he would say. Oh no, it's Nick Odo. He has a walk-off homer against the Otters earlier this year. It might be. I don't know what his home run total is now, but that might be his only home run of the year.
Well, he can't hit a walk-off home run here, but he could tie it with a home
Right.
run. And if he does, I will say, oh no, and Preston, you will finish this game. Odo tonight is 1 for 4. He singled his last time up the first pitch to him to swing and a foul, strike one.
And if I remember correctly, it was against Sawyer back at that first road trip to Schaumburg. And then we saw the individual rematch, should I say, between Sawyer and Odo in the home series at Bossyfield, and Sawyer won the end of that deal. So this is kind of the best of three in the individual matchups, I feel like, between Odo and Sawyer.
Odo has 23 RBIs in the season. Started play batting just 208. And the 0-1 pitch from Sawyer is a ground ball foul. First base side, and now Schaumburg down to the last strike. So Sawyer's come on. He's got a strikeout and a ground out. After the bases were loaded with nobody out. The 2-strike pitch from Sawyer. Upstairs, and the count's 1-2. And you would really like to get this guy because you don't want to see Chase Dawson bat again, who has homered tonight, and he's been on base 4 times. It's first and third, 2 outs. Bottom of the 9th inning, Evansville in front 7-4. And a 1-2 count on Nick Odo, the catcher. The tall righty Sawyer comes set, and the 1-2 pitch is outside and low, and the count's even 2-2. So Deuce is wild, 2-on-2 out, and a 2-2 count. Almost flashing red light time, or yellow light. Is it red? Red. Light. Flashing red light. Otters hoping to get the last out before 10 o'clock strikes in Evansville. A 2-2 pitch upcoming. Long look in from the righty Sawyer. And the pitch. Swinging a ground ball right back to the pitcher Sawyer. He has it, underhand toss, and the Otters win it 7-4 in Schaumburg. Otters have won 4 straight games. They've taken the first 2 of this series, and Evansville is now 20 games over 500 at 54-34. They're also 2.5 games up on Florence, now with 8 games to go. 7 runs, 13 hits, no errors for Evansville. 4 runs, 12 hits, no errors for Schaumburg. Preston, a good night for Evansville.
Good night for Evansville. Again, getting some of that early offense early in the game, sustaining it, considering how, I guess, much the Boomers just kept on fighting and clawing, and obviously they left a lot of runners on base, but they kept making it tough for the Otters pitching staff down the stretch. So a very good adverse win, I would say, for the Otters here tonight.
They ended up leaving 15 guys on base. The Schaumburg Boomers did, and they are now 45-43. Otters will go for a series win tomorrow in Game 3 of the 4-game set. First pitch at 6 o'clock. The pregame show begins at 5:50. It'll be with Preston Leinebach, Zane Clodfelter, and myself, Jevin Redmond. For tonight, Preston Leinebach, I'm Jevin Redmond. Thank you. It's been a pleasure and a privilege. The Otters win it 7-4 at Schaumburg. They're 20 games over 500 at 54-34. Good night on the Otters YouTube channel.